we're here. We're gonna be playing some video games. We're gonna be doing some chats. We're gonna be watching videos, and we're gonna be reacting to stuff. It's gonna be fun. Wow. We just started. Bum ba da bum ba bum bum bum. Let everybody know that I am streaming. I'm streaming. Wow, I don't know. Why does that show up twice? Why did that happen twice? That was loud. Holy crap. That was so loud. It went, wow, I don't know. Twice. Hold on. How do I fix that? There's got to be like... I think it's the subscribed alert. I think what I have to do is like make sure that every scene has only like one. Yeah, I just see two on this one. So we're going to do the same one, I guess, there. And then there's the self with chat. There's a subscribed alert here. I'm going to delete that one. And then boop. Put it there. $2 from Anthony Blinken saying, "You're late." What's that from? That's from something. Ah, Lord of the Rings. Yes, yes. My brain went to Lord of the Rings. I'll donate again to test it. All right, hold on. Don't do it now. Then there's my drawing main, which is all sorts of jank. There's the subscribed alert. We're going to delete it. Yeah, the link. And then we're going to paste it. Okay. And is there any other subscribed alerts? No. And then the BRB. Is there any subscribed alerts? There's one here. So we're going to delete it and then we're going to re-add it. Okay, so that should work. I think it works. I think that works. We're going to be doing video reviews. Don't worry, we're not going to see much of RuneScape. I'm going to just be doing this in the background because it's incredibly boring. It's incredibly boring to watch because all I'm doing is running the Palvanich rooftop and doing some high alking. And that's basically it. And I'm going to keep doing the Palvanich rooftop until I run out of alks. Is there a subscribe alert on me? What? Wait. Don't know. That did not work. Why did that happen 3 times? Obviously, there's something wrong. Maybe what I need to do... Thank you very much, by the way. Appreciate that. All right, let's just have the one subscribed alert and delete it from all the others. Like, we're just going to... It's not worth it, you know? It ain't worth the trouble. Let me see. Is there any... What did I just delete there? I deleted my camera. Oopsie. Let me fix that. Where's my camera? Camera. Control C. And then I think it's... Wait a minute. I have no idea what I deleted. I don't think it was my camera. Maybe it was my camera. There. Okay. Let me go back here. Let me see. So there's the Discord overlay. Waterfall background. Okay, that's fine. And then there's my BRB. I'm just going to remove the subscribed alert. Just remove it. Remove the subscribed alert. On all. Delete. Yes. Okay. All right. Now try. You don't have to. Forever Rain says this is way too early. Is it really? I managed to get some breakfast. And I got some coffee. You know. This is what happens. I'm telling you, this is what happens when you like work a regular 8 to 5. Working 8 to 5s just completely just force your body into a very specific. Anyway, let's take a look here. What just happened? Hold on. All right. I'm gonna let everybody know that I'm streaming. Where is my stream? All right, hold on. Copy link address. All right, let everybody know. At everyone. Streaming live and taking calls. Okay, so while we wait for calls, rather than me just playing RuneScape, I just happen to have a video review screen that I can now go over some videos that people have suggested. Huh. I feel like a real streamer now. It says here, this is by Strat, who says, Hegseth is pressed on how Iran is launching strikes if their capability... Let's look. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Where Chrome? Where Chrome? Where Chrome? This is way more advanced than Quinapa physics. Wait. All right, here we go.
Record $839 billion for fiscal year 2026, more money than you asked for last year. Combined, that is a $1 trillion budget for the year. And as I already mentioned, your department has yet to spend half of the reconciliation.
Can we just like, let me show you this, right? Sure. Let me just pull this up, right? As we're going over this, there's some really fancy graphics that you can pull up for this. Just give me a second. It takes me a quick moment. All right. I just want to be clear, right? Like, do we really want to be spending this much money? What's the point of this? Why? What are we doing? This could be, did you know that we can actually house all homeless people with $30 billion a year? Did you know that? Did you guys know that we could shave off $30 billion off of the United States military and effectively end homelessness? Did you know that that's possible? That's a thing that we could do. We could be like, hey, let's house people first. And by doing that, just FYI, look, we would still be on the top. Why are we doing this? I don't know what could be the point of this. Do we need to be the world's police, or can we just like take care of ourselves? You know, just hot take. Anyway, let's continue.
Funds. And despite that, you are here today asking for tens of billions of dollars more for things that you've already asked for in your FY27 request.
It's never enough.
Nothing to do with Iran. This administration has tried to sell this as an emergency request, but it may be better understood as an attempt to skirt the normal appropriations process. Here are just a few of the things requested in this Iran supplemental. $800 million for the National Guard to patrol D.C. even longer. Over $1 billion for the Army to patrol the southern border, which is DHS.
Dude, $800 million for D.C. patrol to police DC, the city of DC, like basically terrorizing tourists and just like people going on about their day, have a bunch of National Guard just like faffing about. Let's see. Forever Rain says America is becoming much more like Russia, where so much of the budget is being embezzled. I have no idea if it's being embezzled, but whatever it is, it's entirely wasteful. Javelina, Jesus, what the hell? Are you all right? Let's see. I'll be working and listening. First customer had a clogged urinal. That's terrible. Anyway, let's continue.
This job. $900 million to support the administration's illegal boat strikes in the Caribbean. Over $18 billion for munitions, which you've already requested in your FY27 budget request, and $1.7 billion to pay for your decision to recruit more people than the services need, which was not contemplated by the FY26 funding bill Congress recently passed. Now, you've already submitted a reprogramming request on this that our subcommittee is considering now, which really underscores the point I made in my opening remarks that the problem is not a lack of money, but poor planning. So I'll be blunt. The truth is your request does not make a lot of sense. So let me ask you a simple question. Why exactly are billions of dollars more for the National Guard and this administration's illegal strikes in the Caribbean urgently needed for the Iran war?
Well, Senator, I wouldn't, of course, agree with your characterization, but why this kind of spending is needed is because of the gross negligence and neglect of the Biden administration inside our...
The Biden administration, bro, they're not in power anymore, you cock. What a bellend. What a clown. What do you mean? They're like, oh, the reason why it's so bad is because the people before me were bad. Dude, could you imagine, like, if you told your boss that? Like, how do you think that they would react? Have you guys ever had like a stern boss? This is not an excuse. They would look at you and go, okay, well, they're not the ones that are in charge right now. I fired them long time ago. You're in charge now. Now you need to make it efficient.
Our department ran it like a bureaucracy, abandoned our strength posture around the world. So we're having to reestablish deterrence. You mentioned the end strength numbers, and I will acknowledge that we are ahead of schedule on it.
By the way, we're talking about Iran war funding. And his statement is deterrence. What are we deterring in Iran exactly? Seriously.
End strength in recruiting. 8,000 in the Navy, 6,000 in the Army, 4,000 in the Air Force. Because under President Trump, there's been record and historic over 30-year recruiting records inside our department since he won the election, because the American people didn't want to sign up for what Joe Biden was providing our military.
Let me
and they want to sign up for what...
We like the one where the military discriminates against women and trans people. That's what we like. And that's why I need $1 trillion. Like, what are you talking about? Are you okay? Are you mentally all there? You're not even answering the question. She was asking about why there's budgeting proposals in the Caribbean and DC for the Iran war funding. I'm sorry, is DC and the Caribbean in Iran? No. So then what are you talking about, Hegseth?
President Trump is doing in his leadership. And so those are good problems to have that we need to fund, and a reflection of momentum. And this budget will allow us to continue the kind of momentum that gets us
these people are clowns,
point is that
bro.
A lot of this request does not feel like an emergency. And let me move on. Secretary Haig said,
it doesn't,
like most Americans, I've had a lot of trouble following this administration's contradictory statements about the war. On April 8th, you said, and I quote, their missile program is functionally destroyed, launchers, production facilities, and existing stockpiles depleted and decimated and almost completely ineffective. Mr. Secretary, Iran has been firing at U.S. military bases in the region and its ships for the last week. How is it possible, if their capabilities were, quote, functionally destroyed 3 months earlier, as she claimed, for them to be doing this?
That is also these things. I love these, but they kind of hurt my wrists. They're like tight. They're really tight. Hold on. Maybe if I, I'm sorry. I'm just trying these out. This one's really tight. This one feels like it's squeezing my blood supply. All right. I loosened it a bit. Maybe that'll be better. All right.
This now.
Senator, Iran is at the weakest point militarily it has ever been in the
I'm
past
sure.
decade. Certainly,
Yeah.
maybe in 47 years, as they've gathered effectively a terror army. And that terror army was built to try to create conventional capabilities to defend against a pursuit of nuclear weapons, which meant thousands.
By the way, still no substantiation to that. To this day, we have no substantiation of nuclear bombs. I don't know why they're doing it. They say it's nuclear bombs. And also, FYI, this is not even her question. They're asking if they were destroyed prior and we're still going after them. So were they destroyed or did you lie? Either you lied. Actually, the only option there is that you lie.
Thousands of ballistic missiles, many of which we have destroyed, others of which they have put inside facilities and hidden in underground facilities.
Well,
that's what terror regimes would do. So I acknowledge
clearly
they still have capabilities, no doubt.
Oh,
But
okay,
the
sure,
amount of-
sure.
The amount of damage
But they
that
were
we've done to them over
decimated,
the
right?
course of these series of operations has put them in the worst place they've ever
Okay,
been.
well, let me move on.
What a clown.
On May
He's
5th,
not
you
answering
claimed that
any
Iran
questions.
doesn't control the strait, and you said that there was a, quote, powerful red, white, and blue dome over the strait. If that was true, how did Iran shrink ship traffic in the strait to a trickle again last week?
We pushed almost, I believe, between 400 and 500 million barrels of oil under the nose of Iran over the course of Project Freedom, which went underground, which I acknowledged after we did so covertly because it was more effective to do so quietly than to do so publicly. So we've been in control of moving traffic through there for quite some time. Will they
but it
retain the
has
ability
to-
to recklessly shoot at commercial shipping? And that's what happened. We had a ceasefire, and then they shot at commercial shipping
Well, you
recklessly
also
as a state.
said at
That's
that
what changed it.
same press conference, and I'm going to quote you, you urged Iran to, quote, let innocent ships pass freely. These international waters belong to all nations, not to Iran to tax, toll, or control. Last week, President Trump said the U.S. would charge a 20% toll to each ship to pass through the state. So based on your opposition to tolls, did you talk to the president out of that idea, or did someone else?
Iran's not charging tolls, and they're shooting at ships right now.
But Trump said that he wanted
They're not charging tolls. Is that actually the case? I feel like that's definitely not the case, but you know, hey, who am I?
to charge a 20% toll.
I'm almost positive, if I'm not mistaken, I was looking at PBS NewsHour that did say that Iran was charging tolls. Let's actually Google that. Let's see. Iran's proposal to collect tolls in the Strait of Hormuz violates trade norms. To end the war in the United States and Israel, Iran is demanding the right to collect tolls in the Strait of Hormuz as a precondition for reopening the waterway vital to world oil supplies. Yes, collecting tolls in the strait would violate a basic enduring principle of international maritime trade, freedom of peaceful navigation. It is an idea that was codified in the United Nations Convention and the Law of the Sea, which took effect in 1994. So who's correct here? Is Pete Hegseth correct saying that there are no tolls, or is AP News correct in saying that there are tolls? Iran has already begun charging vessels passing through the strait. After the U.S. has launched the war, Iran immediately exercised leverage by blocking the strait with attacks and threats of attacks on ships, making passage too risky. The disruption caused immediate shortages in some Asian countries highly dependent on the region's energy, sent gasoline prices higher in U.S. and Europe, and threatened global economic growth. Iran then began vetting vessels in a murky scheme dubbed the toll booth by shipping analysts. The ships were told to divert from the middle of the strait in Iranian and Omani territorial waters and instead detour around Iran's Larak Island. After delivering detailed information on crew and cargo to intermediaries of Iran's paramilitary Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, some vessels were allowed to proceed, and then two reportedly paid equivalent of $2 million in Chinese yuan. So Hegseth is just lying to you here. It turns out that they're just lying. It's a lie. They're saying that there are no toll, but there is a toll. Yet another lie that Hegseth makes.
We have a blockade right now of all Iranian ships and Iranian ports, and it's effective.
My time is out.
These people are clowns. Wow. Wow. Thank you, Strat. We got some more videos coming up. By the way, if you guys have a video that you want me to review, then just go to my Discord, discord.gg/FIRST Amender, where you can then paste your video in the video review section, and I'll take a look at it. Let's go to the next one.
Sure, they never
Senator
get a new
Peters
weapon, Senator.
is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our witnesses here today. I want to begin by first echoing my colleagues' comments that we've heard throughout the hearing here, and join them in mourning the loss of American service members who were killed in action these last few days. My thoughts are with their families, with a service member who remains missing, and with all those injured during the strikes, and I will continue to pray for their families. Secretary Hegseth, over the course of the war with Iran, I have repeatedly expressed concerns regarding the administration's
Working man
lack of
just says,
winning.
"What's up, fam? Hello, hello." Leoandbrianlowski showed up as well. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see y'all.
Strategy and repeated contradictions about the state of the war. Frankly, it doesn't help that you and your president continues to mislead the American people. You and the president have repeatedly said that the war, as we've heard over and over again, is almost over or already won.
I mean, we
In
already
fact,
know
the
that that's
president
not the
alone has
case,
said
right?
the war-
What was it? I think like Donald Trump himself said that the war is basically over because they won't negotiate. Like, what kind of logic is that? Absolutely flawless logic there. Let me pull that up. Hold on. Trump says war is over. Hold on. Trump says war is over. Hold on. Because Iran won't negotiate. Let me pull it up. Where was it? I couldn't believe this statement that he made. I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I can't find it. I swear this stuff gets buried. It's so annoying. All right, whatever. It's fine. We'll just continue. It's fine.
Is almost over more than 30 times. On March 1st, the president said, we'll be done in 4 or 5 weeks. On March 9th, he said the war was very complete. On April 8th, he declared total and complete victory, 100%, no question about it. On the same day, you declared Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield, a capital V military victory by any measure. And yet today, July 21st, we have soldiers whose remains are sadly going to be returned to their deeply grieving families tomorrow. Clearly, the war is not over yet. After months of conflict, our strategy to win remains unclear. I have long said the United States has the strongest military in history in the world, and I have no doubt that our brave service members can execute any mission and prevail in any battle. But without a clear winning strategy, we're at risk of being in another forever war that'll put our service members in continued harm's way and continue to cost taxpayers.
It's so annoying, and I know everybody is aware of it, but that Donald Trump ran on no new wars. He said that Kamala Harris was going to send us into war with Iran. Man, that aged poorly. You guys remember that? Anybody remember that? Says that Kamala will send us to war in Iran. Let's see here.
Iran launched 181 ballistic missiles at Israel, and I've been talking about World War III for a long time, and I don't want to make predictions because the predictions always come true. We're not going to make, but they are very close to global catastrophe. We have a non-existent president and a non-existent vice president who should be in charge, but nobody knows what's going on. She was at a fundraiser in San Francisco. Now, war or the threat of war is raging everywhere, and the two incompetent people running our country, or what, I don't actually think they're even running it, are leading us to the brink of World War III, a war like no other. This is what the policies of weakness and appeasement have brought to the world. And as I've been saying for a long time, terrible things can happen. When you have incompetent leadership, really bad things can happen.
Lovey, love it. But I don't think that was it. I remember. Here we go. Harris slams Trump and Iran.
First of all, this is a war the American people did not want. This is a war of choice. This is a president who has proven himself to be entirely self-indulgent. And we will see what happens in the coming hours and days in terms of the negotiation, and really it's a...
Hey, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, Amenders, Extremo.
Hey, Extremo. What you want to talk
Hey,
about?
bro, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, so my wife
Hey, can you
actually
do me?
wanted me
Hold
to
on.
ask
Hey. Can you do me a favor?
Get off the speaker.
Sorry, what?
Get off the speaker.
What? Wait, hold on a sec. Something happened. I think I lost my scene. That's not good.
Your what?
My scene. I lost my scene. All right, hold on. Just can you give me a quick second? I have to fix this.
I can give you 5 seconds.
I lost my scene. All right, hold on. Why would it? Did I delete my scene?
Uh-oh.
I called it self. Okay, well, we're going to take this. All right, hold on. We're going to delete this. We're going to delete this. We don't need any of the game stuff. Let me remove all that. Oh, keep that. Delete all this. Hold on. Sorry. Just bear with me.
I'll bear with you, brother.
Oh my. There's two cameras. Camera. Where's my camera? Hold on. Doop. Make this big, I guess. And then we're going to take the phone, make it bigger. Hold on. Phone. Where's my phone? There it is. Make that bigger. I don't know. Something happened.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I'll just remake it. It's not a big deal. Let's see. There's the subscribed alert. We're going to delete that since we keep getting too many messages. Hold on. Delete the PowerPoint. We don't need that. Camera. Watermark. We don't need that. Hold on. Waterfall background. Get rid of that. And then let's get the chat in there. Where's the chat?
Waterfall it up.
Hold on. I'm looking for the chat. Hold on. Text? What is
Text it
this?
up.
Delete that. Where's my chat? It's there somewhere. Hold on. Chat box. There it is. We just got to unlock it. We're going to move it. I needed to do this anyway. Make it look better. That, and then we're going to get Notepad. Let me get Notepad++.
Notepad it up.
Notepad it up.
Hell
Window
yeah.
capture. Notepad++. Notepad++. Then it's going to be boop. And then just going to make it a little smaller, I guess. Let me just alt this, doop. And then this, zoop.
And look, bro, I'm going to be squared with you. I got a few things that I wanted to go over with you, if you don't mind, man.
Yeah. Just give me a sec. Give me a sec. I'm sorry to...
Well, no, it might be a two-parter, bro. I'm doing a lot of driving today.
Okay. All right, go. All right, I'm ready. Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, look, bro, I just cut. Before I cut straight to the chase, man, I was noticing that you were bitching about Trump. So I have a little story to
Hey,
tell you.
Ed,
Pretty
can you
much,
do me a favor? Are you able to
you
get
know,
me off a speakerphone and just talk to me like a regular phone? Because there's like a clipping effect that sounds horrible for people
I
who
got
are
you.
listening.
How's that?
Much better. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so yeah, man. So listen, I have a guy, right? He's a Mexican, and like from Mexico, working for me right now, and he's super anti-Trump. And then he started bringing it up, and I was like, oh yeah, that sucks, this and that. It's just a kind of an awkward thing, you know what I mean? Because like he's anti-Trump, and I voted for him 3 times.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? My thing is that, like, how would you approach something like that, bro? Should I just be honest with him and be like, hey, bro, listen, we have political differences or whatever?
Real quick.
I'm not really
Rainbow
asking for
just
your, like,
donated
advice.
$2 super chat saying, I love your headband based. I also have arm piece or rainbow arm. I gotta like break them in though, because they're a little tight. Like my head feels a little kind of cramped. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, continue.
Hey. Yeah, it's just kind of a tough thing, right? Where you have to like set aside politics, bro. I guess what I'm trying to say is that like I wish we could go back to the good old days, bro, when people didn't talk about politics or didn't, bring up politics. I feel like that's kind of like the animosity you got against me, bro. It's strictly political, bro. I don't think that we like really have any issues in terms of like individual values. It's all politics, bro. Well, what do you think about that?
Well, the problem that I have is the intense animosity that I receive from right wingers, from on one instance, attempts at doxing my house with pizzas, to
right, yeah, that's fucked up.
Railing on me for being gay, my lifestyle being treated as other or worse is really upsetting, and they're voting in politicians specifically to try to take away my rights. And so I'm just going to have some animosity. I'm sorry. Like if you have a problem with my way of life, fuck you. Like why would I respect you as a person if you cannot respect me as a person?
I think that like we're in a sticky situation, bro. And
I agree. Yeah, we are. We are.
Well, here's the reason. Here's the reason, bro. Because like on the one end, you gotta understand, right? We do have a 2-party system. I'm starting to agree with Trump on a lot less things than I used to when I first voted on him. Iran, his handling of the Iran conflict being one of them. Obviously there's a lot of other little things, but ultimately I voted on specific policies, bro. Like my position is on the trans shit and the gay shit. I don't care. So I really it doesn't really like.
If you don't care, then why would you vote in a guy that specifically wants a desire to expunge the existence of trans people in general?
Because I didn't
use
vote
it
for
as a
him
wedge
because of
issue. Actually,
Right.
it's more of a wedge issue, really. I don't think even Trump cares about trans people.
I don't think Trump
all
cares
he
about
wants
either.
to do, all he wants to
get
do
votes.
is get people riled up, and then people end up voting for him at the expense of
Exactly.
LGBT people.
Yeah,
I don't think Donald
think he
Trump
cares
thinks
either.
about LGBT people at all. I don't think it's something that concerns him. He just knows that it is a useful wedge. And that's really upsetting, seeing that there's people that look at just blatant hatred towards gay people, LGBT people like me, in order to garner power. These are disgusting human beings. This guy will stab you in the back for a quarter, bro.
Hey, bro, listen. I think you would. I think that if it wasn't for replace money with an issue that you care about, you would do the same. feel like you would
No, I don't want to harm anybody.
No, hold on, listen, hear me out. You would bypass the interest of people on the right to satisfy the interest that you have. I think that's just politics 101, right? Like sometimes, like to get what you want, you have to go against the desires of others, and that's just again, right? Politics 101. That being said, and that's my point. My point is that like it seems to me like it's so difficult to like how do I say it, like explain that to people without stepping on your toes, in a sense. Whereas like I could tell you, well, look, I voted on Trump because of his fiscal policy, which I tremendously agree with, like for him because of his border policy, which again I agree with. But your counter argument is that, well, look, okay, even if you agree with him on this, understand that his policy.
You voted on him for his fiscal policy?
Well, yeah, I mean, 2016 Trump was really cool, bro. I mean, I don't know if you remember, but 2016 was pretty cool fiscally. 2016 to 2019, it was pretty cool, bro. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty easy living. That being
Do
said,
you think
bro,
that
like
it could be the fact that Donald Trump was just coasting on by to the world's largest economy in the world, and then only when push came to shove that all of a sudden he was rendered completely incapable of dealing with, and it required Biden to actually fix? I think the only thing that I can imagine that actually was helpful was probably Operation Warp Speed, but it was completely superseded by the fact that Donald Trump would give mixed messages regarding masks and vaccines.
Yeah, can I be honest with you, bro? I feel like it doesn't matter what I say to you. You're not going to change your position in that you believe that Donald Trump was not like in any way culpable for a good economy during those years, the pre COVID years. And I can't tell you anything that would satisfy my need for you to understand that like nobody, and I don't think there's a singular large country that isn't like a small and has like a managed microeconomy, like one of those little European nations and shit that did well during that time. I think there's nothing I can explain tell you for you to at least admit that. But that being said, bro, like again, right, I voted for him because of his fiscal policy. Again, right, like COVID was just like 6 months, maybe 7 months of his presidency, and I would say before COVID, everything was good, bro. Obviously.
Yeah. When you coast by,
right?
yeah.
Sure. But the point is that everything was good, right? And then the thing is that I think that like most people, bro. I mean, obviously you're running a TV show, right, or a radio show or whatever the fuck, right? So you're trying to incite people to overreact to your
No,
personality.
I'm not inciting people to overreact.
Well, no,
I'm
telling
people
in the sense that like you're
I'm telling people
people,
like,
but
dude,
it's just, like,
you sat there.
There.
Hold on, you sat there and you said that I voted Donald Trump because of his fiscal policy, when
Correct.
when it is actually true that there was anywhere between Donald Trump alone has contributed roughly about 20% of the entire U.S. debt. So that's under he is one of the most prolific debt makers
I don't
ever
think that's fair.
out of the
a lot
entire
of
debt
that he made were a reaction to COVID. But either way, it doesn't really matter because again, right, there's nothing I could explain to you that would change your position on that.
I'm saying I want you to back up your claim. Back it up,
Well,
right? Because here,
okay,
if we look
so,
right
like,
here, let's pull. I'm
right.
pulling up this is the U.S. debt clock, and so you can actually see the exact number. It's right here.
Right. I'm
okay.
not gonna
the
look
total
at it
U.S. national debt is sitting at around 39 trillion. I thought it was
Holy
bad at 15 trillion when I was in high school.
Yeah, me too.
But now it's at 39 trillion.
Donald
Donald Trump alone has contributed to 20% of that. 20%
Yeah.
under the Trump
I-
administration.
Again, a lot of that was a reaction to COVID.
But
like
I
PPP
just
loans
I
and
just
shit
want to
like
be clear, right? That
Uh,
the reason why
I would
you
say
were in
both of
favor
that was
with
bad.
Donald Trump
Uh-huh.
was because he had good fiscal policy. But based
Correct.
on this, right? If I
Pre-COVID.
gave a child a $50,000 credit card and let them go crazy, that's effectively the level of fiscal responsibility here. Am I
Right, but
exaggerating by saying
I
that?
think you are. I think you are, sir, because again, right? There's nothing I can say that will change your position. I can't tell you, like, for example, like, hey, bro, there was a lot of policy made during the COVID era that was, financially irresponsible. I think, again, right, it's just one of those like universal things that you could apply to any country.
You're saying that the reason why that Donald Trump has contributed 20% to the total national debt is because of COVID? You believe that?
I would say that a strong. I mean, first and foremost, right? We haven't had
Because
a
I'm
president
telling you
since
right now,
Reagan.
COVID was not that expensive.
Well, okay.
It wasn't. It
sure.
wasn't that expensive.
Okay, sure. It just doubled the housing market.
I mean, that's a
but
whole
look,
different
doesn't-
thing, right? We're not talking about the
Right,
housing
right.
market.
Well,
We're
look,
talking about
of-
the United States national debt. And so
Right.
under the Trump administration, they have created more debt. They have contributed 20% of the total debt, much more than Biden, much, much more.
Yeah.
So I just want to be clear, right? You voted
Right.
Donald Trump
because of his fiscal policy.
for his
correct?
fiscal policy, only to find
Right.
out his fiscal policy, we know right now, is dog shit, right? It's
I mean,
garbage.
Not necessarily. I mean, the
Okay,
tax
then
cut
then
was pretty cool.
help me out. How does this work?
I just said it. The tax cuts were pretty cool. I liked his.
Yeah. So
his
you have
removal of
tax
the Obama
cuts.
mandate.
So you have tax
Um,
cuts, and then you
then,
don't
you know.
don't lower expenditures, which does what?
Well, again, right? We're talking about different things here, right? Because I'm talking
So if you have tax
during
cuts,
pre-COVID,
but you
those
don't
tax
lower
cuts were
the
pretty
expenditures, what does that do, Extremo?
effective. Well, that raises the debt technically. But,
I
mean, the
agree.
point is that,
I agree.
right,
So
but
so is it
the
fair
point
to
that I'm
say
saying is
that Donald
this is
Trump
pre-COVID?
is it fair to say that Donald Trump has no fucking idea what he is doing fiscally?
Yeah, I think that like
You think
a
he has
lot
an
of
intelligent fiscal policy?
Look, bro, I didn't call you to argue or defend Donald Trump, bro.
No, you're the one that said I voted him
well
because of a
hold on, slow
fiscal
down, bro,
policy.
because-
I voted a guy in because I believe that fiscally he would be effective, despite the fact that Donald Trump is known for bankrupting a casino. Which, by the way, very
hey.
impressive to pull off. That's very impressive.
Well,
The
you know.
math is physically in your favor here, yet Donald Trump still managed to screw that up.
There's a lot of fucking things that go into that situation, bro, that you probably aren't aware of. But regardless, it doesn't matter.
I am
because
aware
didn't
of it.
call
This
you-
is I think it was like the Taj Mahal, where there were certain high rollers that were expecting lots of perks and features, such as like their own personal car park. And there were managers that were telling Donald Trump that he needed to increase the amount of features available to these high rollers. Otherwise, the high rollers will just go elsewhere where they have more features. And that's where a majority of the money was coming from. Donald Trump said that he didn't want that and didn't install a car park because it costed millions of dollars. So it didn't make any sense for him to do it, which resulted in the high rollers leaving and then going to other casinos, bankrupting the casino. The managers were
but
telling him
listen, bro.
literally what to do, but Donald Trump just said he thought he knew better. That's what happened.
Listen, bro. I'm not again, bro.
But-
I'm not here to defend Trump's actions. When
By
he
the way,
opened the
Base
casino,
God
bro, like,
Flashy just said, he just, give me a moment. Base God Flashy just said, Trump has increased the deficit almost $1 trillion before COVID in 2019. Do not let him run away from that fact. Obama was cutting the deficit. That is actually true. He is correct about that. So, but
listen, I'm not running away from anything. I didn't. So just to
I'm
be
saying
clear,
you
bro, like, I
voted a
didn't
guy who told you that,
Right,
hey,
bro, but-
my fiscal policy is good. The Democrats' fiscal policy is bad. And But when we look at the
Well,
numbers, it doesn't appear that his fiscal policy is good at all.
well, listen, bro. Again, right? I'm not trying to like run away from anything. I didn't call you with the intent to defend my position in terms of like why I voted for who. That wasn't the intent of the call. I just simply wanted to bring up a conversation about how two opposite ends of the political spectrum tend to, you're asking me to defend something that I believe in, right? When I could do the same thing to you for you to defend something you believe in that I disagree with, and that's where
The
that's where the
difference
friction comes from.
is
You know what
that
I'm saying?
if you ask me to defend something that I believe in, I'm going to be able to back it up. I'm going to be able to show studies. I'm going to be able to show numbers. But when I directly
Right.
show you the numbers, for whatever reason, you still defend Donald Trump. Like, do you honestly believe,
Well,
after
I
everything
haven't
that I've sent you,
defended
does
anybody.
Donald Trump have good fiscal policy?
Well, to be fair, I haven't defended anybody. If anything, in
Does
good
Donald
faith told
Trump
you that
have
there are a
good
lot of
fiscal
different things.
policy, Extremo?
Well, I felt like he had a good fiscal plan in 2019 or before
Does Donald
2019,
Trump
and I felt like
have, as in presently, good fiscal policy?
I would say that I disagree with the way he's running the country at the moment.
I didn't
Just
ask how he's
all
running
around.
the country. Does he
Well, that's the answer that I'm going to
have
give you.
good fiscal policy? I didn't say how he's running the country.
Well,
Why are you walking
well,
away from this?
I'm not. I'm answering your question. I would say just
Okay.
all around, I disagree with his fiscal policy in the sense that I
I
disagree
didn't
with
ask if you
a little bit
disagree
of
with his
everything.
fiscal policy. I'm asking, does he have good fiscal policy? That's a yes or no question.
It's kind of tough to say yes and no. I would say yes and no.
All right. Hey,
It just
chat.
depends on what you,
Chat.
you know.
Does
It's
Donald
just, there's
Trump
some things
have
that I
good
agree with.
fiscal
There's some things that
policy?
I don't.
Based on all the numbers that we've gone over, and I guarantee you guys can flurry away on whatever AI prompt that you want.
Yeah, you
Donald
can
Trump
just say
does not
yes or
have
no, I
good
don't know.
fiscal policy.
Okay, well, that's your position, bro. I mean, I don't know
It's
what
not
to tell
my
you.
position. That's literally what
Okay.
the numbers would show. You
Okay,
act as if
well, there
that
you
it's
go.
just an opinion. It's not an opinion.
I mean,
if I
it-
gave the fiscal policy is about as good as a teenager with a credit card.
Well, I mean, again, right? There's some things that I agree with, some things that I disagree with. I didn't call here to defend Donald Trump either. I just
All
was
right.
trying to explain
Well-
to you my position. To be fair.
I'm astonished that.
Well, I
that-
mean, look, if you could
I think
just, like,
I think you got taken
not-
for
not-
a fool, and you need to acknowledge, hey, I made a mistake when I voted Donald Trump. Donald Trump
Bro,
sucks.
I don't know if he sucks, but definitely he doesn't fucking operate. He's not operating in the same spectrum that he was in 2016.
Well, I don't think he's operating.
I mean,
I think he's operating on the exact same spectrum. It's just now there's
No,
actual
no,
pressure, and
definitely.
this is what he's doing.
hey, he's like
There's
lame
actual.
ducking it up,
He
bro.
couldn't
Like,
just coast on by because there were actual, real problems that he needed to handle. And now, now that he cannot coast, now we get to see the actual faults of Donald Trump. But I already knew
Okay,
of these
well,
faults because I had
regardless.
read books on Donald Trump. So I already knew this guy is a freaking nightmare, first presidency. And everybody was like, oh, he's great. He's amazing. I'm voting for him. I'm like, bro, look at all this crap that he has done in the past. This is horrible. He has a very long track record of just failed business after failed business after failed business and just coasting off of daddy's money. That's what happened.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter to me. Ultimately, like, I voted for him because of the things that he was pushing. I got to take his word for it, like everybody does. And,
The guy who lies
frankly, it
more
worked.
than any other president in
Well,
history.
I mean, it worked.
We got to take
to
his
be fair,
word
again,
for
right?
it.
Like, it worked.
I find it incredible. The damage
first-
control.
Well, I mean, look, the first time he ran and the first time he was president, it
He was
pretty cool for me,
awful.
bro. I'm not gonna lie.
He was
Well, I
awful.
mean, awful for you maybe, but for
No,
me, it was
awful
pretty
for
cool, bro. Like,
everybody.
everything
He was
working out.
awful for everybody. I think even under there was a statement actually. Here, check this out. This was during the first presidency. Bob Woodward. Let me pull this up. Bob Woodward.
The book.
Statement. Economist. Hold on. Economist.
Again, it's just I'm feeling a little
Donald
salty, bro,
Trump
because you're not speaking
on
onto the topic
the
of the
economy.
conversation. You just started attacking me because I voted for Trump, and which
Yeah,
is
it's
the
terrible.
entire point. Well, hold up, right? Which is the reason why I called ironically, right? Which is to say that, like, again, look, again, I didn't vote for him because I thought that he was gonna like screw you or make your life worse. I have specific issues. Like I'm not like an entire all issues voter, bro. And you know that I'm a specific issue voter. And the things that he was promising, which again, maybe definitely you disagree, but the first administration, Trump, was pretty cool towards my interest. I appreciated a lot of the things
What
that he
was
did.
your
I figured
interest?
it could be
Because obviously it's not the fiscal policy. That didn't work.
Well, I told you what it was, right? He got rid of the mandate. He got rid
What
of
mandate? What mandate?
the Obamacare mandate.
The Affordable Care Act is your problem?
It was. I mean, I'm not going to explain to you again. I explained it to you a few years ago.
By the way, that
happened
was
in my
done. That was
situation.
that. Was that even done under Trump?
Yeah, but regardless,
That wasn't
that
even
was an
done
issue
under
for me.
Trump.
The Affordable Care Act was not done under Trump. That was passed by Obama.
ACA requirement repealed by Trump.
And then obviously the tax cuts.
Yes, they
that was
repeal.
pretty cool.
Okay. It does appear that Donald Trump successfully repealed the Affordable Care Act's individual mandate requirement.
Right, and then the tax cuts was pretty cool. There was a lot of these other little things I can't recall at the top of my head, but like I said, bro, life was pretty good back then. And then, but that's again neither here nor there, because the intent of the call was just to see. Well, I guess if I'm gonna sum it up and put a tie on it, like I'm gonna ask you, bro, like, could you look past politics this day? Like, is it possible? Because I feel like there's a lot of people on the left that are incapable of looking past politics, because I feel like they need to know how you voted, because they're going to just
It depends. I don't know. I don't operate on rules. I operate on principles.
Right. So, like, if I told, like, you think that, like, I'm a conservative and I'm a terrible person.
Listen, I think, like, it's possible that somebody could be a Republican and they have been fooled by Fox News. They got fooled by Joe Rogan or whatever podcast, the Manosphere, whatever it is. And, you know, they got swept up in it, you know, similar to like a cult. And these people are unironic victims to a system that takes advantage of them. I could imagine that. And then there's like a guy where they voted Donald Trump because they want to see less minorities in society and they want to see like a white majority society. And so that means that they want to deport as many brown people as physically possible. These are two completely different people. One person is just a fool that got played a fool. And then the other one is an unironic troglodyte human being that probably is very close to showing up in prison on the basis of some hate crime they're going to commit one day.
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel the same way about people on the left, bro. I mean, if I may, just for a second, I feel like there are generally people that are good people, that are empathetic, that are on the left, that feel sympathy for people that are in positions lower than themselves. And then I believe that there are people that are like straight up communists that want to see the country burn because they disagree with like the outcomes for certain groups, which is, again, right, like you can say that that's a good thing or a bad thing or whatever. Ultimately, on both ends, on the extremes, it ends in violence, and I disagree with that. But I'm not going to argue with you about what the merits of defending those people. I'm never going to defend a white supremacist for being a white supremacist, bro. If anything, like, I disagree with white supremacy. As you know, I am a brown supremacist, so which is the antithesis of the white supremacy, right? So that being said, like I'm in the position of the opposite direction, which is that most people are normal people like me. Like I'm a normal conservative dude, bro. Like I'm not here to take away your rights. I don't care that you're gay. I encourage you to be happy. I encourage anybody to be happy as long as it's legal. Whatever they're doing is legal, right? And again, I feel like most conservatives are like that, and that like not. I'm not going to tell you like a percentage of group like within that group is X, but like for sure, most conservatives that I've met are just like normal, good people, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So like this idea that like it's fair to like ball every person simply because they voted for Trump, which is like you said, maybe they did get fooled and bamboozled. I think like most politics operates under that premise that like they overly promise like and then they go ahead and do something that serves their personal interests. And which is one of the criticisms I have of the left. That, which is to say that people on the left believe that the same government that is oppressing, that has historically oppressed these minority groups, is going to somehow change its course and be the cause of or the fix for the problem, which is kind of ironic, because it's not the case historically.
What are you talking about?
Well, I'm saying that you expect.
Are you going to say that the Democrats are the KKK? Are you going to bring up the Dixiecrats right now?
No, I'm not. I'm gonna explain to you that like black like I think that the black community is better off following traditional values to better their situation in a whole than they have been following liberal values, because it seems to me that liberal values ended up creating the hood.
No, the point is no, that's just providing choice to people.
Well, you think that like look again, right? I'm not here to argue that position. I'm just telling you.
Maybe start by decriminalizing drugs. It doesn't mean legalization, mind you.
Well,
it's just looking at it in a rehabilitative approach. It has caused a lot of fatherless homes, especially in over-policed black areas.
Right. Well, look, like I said, bro, like I'm not here to argue the policy. I'm just asking you, don't you think that being extreme would lead to worse outcomes in terms of communicating your position?
It depends.
We can, right?
It depends.
I guess
like,
that's what I'm asking.
I don't know. Like, would somebody say that my pro-trans advocacy is extreme? Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But I think it is the correct way to go.
Because, I'm pro-trans technically. I believe that trans people exist. I mean, I'm not saying that I would never say that they don't exist. I mean, obviously they exist. Do I care? No. Do I think people should be beat up because they're gay? Absolutely not. I think that's ridiculous, bro.
Well,
but do I want to fucking see it every left and right? Like, no, dude.
Anyway, well, we're gonna move on. I appreciate your call,
okay,
Extremo.
Listen, bro. I am gonna have to call again because I didn't even get to the thing that I wanted to ask you. It shouldn't take too long, but I'll give you a call back in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Okay. See ya.
I think you're gonna really like this topic.
Peace.
All right, man. That's it.
That was Extremo, everybody. I don't even know what his point was. The left and the right, I guess. I don't know. All right, let's go back. Where were we? Oh yeah, we were watching this short.
First of all, this is a war the American people did not want. This is a war of choice. This is a president who has proven himself to be entirely self-indulgent.
Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. I want to see an original.
We will see what happens in the.
Like what Kamala Harris said.
There's always a hyperbole in the presidential election world where, candidates are accusing other candidates of crazy things. But this is a...
Looks like we got a phone call. Let's go ahead and address it. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hi, yeah, is this the Wendy's on Beach and 6th?
Can I get your
So,
name?
I picked up a DoorDash order from there earlier, and I swear to God, I think one of the cooks or someone took like a bite out of the burger.
Kyle Avelina, why are you pranking this call?
Can I Love you, Amender. Bye.
Odd one that kind of came true.
This president is thinking about putting us in a position where we're in a war with Iran. The consequences will be absolutely unacceptable and tragic in terms of the young men and women who are American soldiers who would be sent and deployed into something that was completely avoidable. I have good reason based on everything.
She was right. We're living through the nightmare that she said was going to happen. She said it, and then boom, it's happening. How did that happen? You can't make this up. That blows my mind. Anyway, we were looking at Senator Peters tearing into Hegseth over the Iran war leadership. And this is a video that was suggested by Strat. By the way, if you guys want me to review a video, join the Discord, discord.gg/FIRSTMender. And you can post a video suggestion in the video review section, in which case I will take a look at it.
Billions of dollars. Secretary Hegseth, despite your failure to win this war, you are back now before Congress asking for almost $70 billion in additional funding. You're asking the American people for a blank check because, once again, the Trump administration's efforts have been an utter and complete failure to win this war to this point. So my question for you, sir, is how is your strategy different than what we've seen in the past? So far, we have not seen a strategy that's been successful. You mentioned nuclear material as the primary goal of the war. It still exists. We haven't dealt with that issue yet. You talk about the destruction of missiles, and yet the missiles that we saw hit recent targets are actually somehow more lethal, more deadly, more maneuverable than what we have seen in the past. So they're obviously improving their munitions. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed, reminding everybody it was open before the war. Prices were lower for everybody until the war, and it still remains closed. And of course, tragically, people, service members, our war fighters, who we care deeply about, are still dying. So what's different? Mr. Hegseth, Secretary Hegseth.
I think your characterization of this incredible effort as a failure is reckless. And I think it's irresponsible. And I think
Wait, but it is a failure. We're seeing what's happening here, and you're acting as if that this is perfectly okay. You're like, oh yeah. No, we needed to do this. Mind you, once again, and I hate drilling this into everyone's head, there is no evidence of a nuclear weapon in Iran. None. Zero. We have no evidence. I have no idea. There's no way that the intelligence community is doing that on that basis. I don't believe it. There has to be some other reason. I don't believe it. And the reason why is because if they had evidence, they would show the evidence. They would say, hey, look, see, there's nuclear weapons. We have never found it. Doesn't exist. Total fabricated make-believe. So anyway, let's hear what Hegseth has to say.
it smears the sacrifice of the troops that are out there making on behalf of the American people to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Shame on you and others who call this a quagmire and a failure, and then you want to turn around and say you support the warfighter. Either you do or you don't.
Is the nuclear material still there,
I can
sir?
get you a ticket out to CENTCOM and talk to what those Americans are doing and how committed they are to this effort and how they want to ensure that Iran never threatens their families with a nuclear weapon. That's the kind of intensity that our warfighters have about making sure that Iran isn't capable of doing that.
Secretary Hegseth, if you listened to my comments, you would have heard me say how amazing our warfighters are.
I heard failure. And the word heard. I heard exactly what you said.
I will tell you how I use the word failure, because I use the word failure to their leaders. You, sir, are the failure, not the men and women who are on that front line, not the men and women who hold up their honor with distinction. But if there's a lack of a winning strategy, they're in harm's way. Their leaders have failed them. And that's what's happening. We have political leadership. You don't have a strategy. You don't have a long-term plan to actually win this war.
Actually true. We don't. There is no current long-term strategy. We're just kind of playing it by ear. unironically, that is what is happening.
Win the war. The men and women are going to be able to do it, but they need to have leadership. When will you show leadership? When will you show leadership?
Why don't you show some leadership and stand up to your fellow Democrats who won't fund the troops, who stand and play partisan politics while you don't give us the money? You want to stand up here and talk about the troops? You won't show any political...
Hold on. And then once again, right? I just want to bring it back, right? Let's go back to the national debt. We can also go back to the... give me a moment. I'll pull it up. Where in the world is it? Where is it? Hold on. Yes. This. I just want to be clear. We're spending more money than ever. More than ever. And it's still not enough. They still want more money. It is more quibble. Why do they need more money? Why do we have to be the world's police? Why does it have to be so freaking big? Dude, again, you want to house all homeless people? You want to get rid of homelessness in the United States? It's $30 billion a year. $30 billion a year, and it's done. The yearly expenditure of the United States military is $962 billion. Honestly, if that number was $962 billion over $932 billion, would you notice? Would you be like, oh, that's $30 billion shaved off. Now we don't have the defensive capability. Or would you literally not even fucking blink at that number? You'd be like, oh yeah, that's normal. Just missing 30 billion. Would you really, we could end homelessness. We could do it. We need to just shave off that. There you go. There, I shaved off minus 30 billion. And then that, goes, to the homeless. And then they're not homeless anymore. Why are we spending this much money on this stupid shit? Why are we in Iran? Why are we doing this?
Courage to actually fund our department because you have Trump derangement syndrome and can't actually commit to anything meaningful. So I put this on you, Senator.
Secretary, heads up.
It is such a cope to say any criticism towards the current strategy in Iran. If you criticize it, it must be because you have Trump derangement syndrome. It is the most thought-terminating response ever. Oh, well, I guess you got me. I have Trump derangement syndrome. It turns out that I'm supposed to say you're right about literally everything because I'm deranged now. Mind you, once again, going back here, why are we doing this? Why are we doing? And they're asking for more money. They wanted $1 trillion. They don't want 962 billion. They want to shave that off to a nice even trillion. They want more. I'm like, bro, this is ridiculous. What are we doing? All right, let's see here. Where was it? Sorry, I got to close out of some of these. There we go.
So if you have trillions, you have over $1 trillion, you're asking for $1.5 trillion. It's not a question of money. It's a question of leadership and understanding what it takes to actually win.
Political cowardice of Democrats who won't fund the troops.
Dude, 962 billion. They want $1 trillion. What do you mean that we're not funding the troops? We are funding. There's so much funding. It's basically an infinite well of money pouring in. And it's like, there's not enough. The Democrats on top of their measure syndrome.
Senator's time has expired.
What a clown. What a clown. You know, this is really usually a result of, this is a result, I would say, of just total incompetence as a leader. Pete Hegseth is not willing to stand on his laurels. He's doing the same thing that Donald Trump does, where he points at everybody else, and everybody else is responsible except himself. Classic, very childish dodging, and shows a stunning lack of leadership. Not leadership, the lack thereof. When a leader is unwilling to stand on their own laurels and call themselves responsible. All right, let's take a look here. Ooh, okay. This is one that I found. And it says in trigger warning, this is a heavy one. It appears that we have a Christian teacher who uses students' pictures to make AI CSAM. AI CSAM. Yo, bro. I swear, every time I get like these Christian people, every time I get like I will have a Catholic tell me, be like, listen, we just don't want trans people to abuse children. I'm sorry. What? What? Imagine the gall of being a Catholic. And so anyway, I just found it funny that there was this, it's a Catholic teacher, or I'm sorry, a Christian teacher doing this kind of stuff. It's absolutely disgusting. I'm telling you, every single time that they're concerned about child exploitation on the basis of trans people, bro, point that finger right back at them, because that is some fucking projection if I've ever heard it. All right, let's go. Let's listen.
As the sun rises over a quiet Florida neighborhood,
it's also very satisfying to see these people getting justice. What the fuck, bro? What do you want them? Why is the response to scream at the top of your lungs? This dude, could you imagine if a black guy did that? Dude, if a black guy did that, he would have been gunned down right away. What's this guy's last name? Oh, Jefferson. Oh, okay. All right. Just, if he comes out blazing, make sure you gun him down. What the hell was that? Why did he just like rush out? Let's hear.
On a teacher accused of the unthinkable.
What the fuck? Yo, the CSAM guy is just freaking out.
I will show you how this child pornography bust goes sideways at first. I'm sorry. What's going on? But once this 6th grade teacher is in cuffs, the reality of what he has been doing comes to light.
Exhibiting an interest in the sexual exploitation of children.
This predator teacher used AI.
Dude, man, I listen, I don't like the body shame, but bruh, chat, imagine producing CSAM and then being like, bro, what the hell? What is going on, bro? You okay? All right.
Sexual exploitation of children.
This predator teacher used AI to create horrific CSAM images of real students.
I would never suspect.
This teacher sent while school was in session, and it is very
He was sending this while school was in session, bruh. Bruh.
I'm Chris Stewart.
Bruh. Oh my goodness.
It is shocking whenever someone is arrested in a case of child pornography, but when it's a teacher, an elementary school teacher, the accusations take on a whole new level of horror. And this may be the first time in this show we are talking about a suspect who is accused of using AI in such a dark and twisted way. We just got the body cam video in from a case out of Holly Hill, Florida, and sadly, sharing and receiving child sexual abuse material, or CSAM, was not the only thing, the only twisted crime that this teacher was committing. So let's start with the arrest.
I don't know what you just say, he's talking too much. Yeah, you want to go? Go. We're good, you want to go? Yeah, you talk, I'll pull him up.
Police from Holly Hill, Florida are at the house of David McCune.
Of course it's Florida. Why is it always Florida, chat? I want to apologize in advance as a Florida man myself. I want to apologize on behalf of Florida, or of all of the bad things Florida has done. I don't think there's anything that I can do to correct it, but I just want to let you know that at least I'm one of the good ones. I'm just minding my own business in my own room, bro. I ain't doing it. This is wild, bro. This is wild.
It's 6:13 in the morning. McCune is a local school teacher. He teaches 6th grade at UBIC Academy, which is a private Christian school for students K through.
Dude, imagine going to a private Christian school. Okay, let's get $6,000 your tuition. Let's go. Wait, what was the Christian school? Hold on, let's pull up the tuition. What is the cost?
Grade at UBIC Academy, which is a
UBIC Academy. UBIC Academy cost. Sorry, Florida. Florida UBIC Academy cost. Let's take a look here. Where, hold on. Where is it? United Brethren in Christ Academy. What's the cost? I can't find it. Where is it? I'm looking. Hold on. Just give me a second, chat. I'm going to find it. Okay. All right. Oh, no. This is a true cost. I'm looking. Where's the cost? I want to know the cost. Tuition. Okay. Based on homes.com. It is, wait, where the hell is it? Private K through 12, listed as 0 or non-tuition nominal fee based according to public school directory, but it's not a public school, it's a private school. Let's pull up the UBIC Academy website. What the fuck? Bro, I went to UBIC Academy website and this is what popped up. Bro, imagine taking your kid to this school. All right, whatever. We're going to move on. I'm going to move on.
Private Christian school for students K through 12. Holly Hill is not far from Daytona. Here's what happens once McCune opens the door, and apparently his dog was not happy about the early alarm.
Hello, Holly Hill Police Department. Hey. How you doing? Hey, David.
Why did he scream? Why did he come out screaming? I don't understand. He's like, "Bah!"
I'm sorry. What's going on? Twice, beat me right.
Ah, dog bit him. Is that what happened?
Come over. You come over here.
That was weird. It just seemed like that he just screamed as he stepped out. Telling you, bro, if he was black, that would have been minimum 20 bullets. Call it, dude. These Florida cops, they're antsy, bro. I think if a black guy came out and was just like, bah! that would have been a fatality. Absolutely, 100%. They would have been like, he had a gun.
See you in a minute. Your dog have all the shots?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
I think so. Dude, fuck this guy. Mind you, right? Let's not. We're not going to be nice to this guy who's being handcuffed. You know, he has produced AIC CSAM material of their students, which is psychotic. Jesus. I guess I better use Grok here with the students' photos.
I mean, that one we just recently got, and it did get aggressive with the vet. That's why I was trying to, come out the door first. I was trying to keep the dog inside. I didn't mean for that to happen.
I wonder what's going through his head right now. What is he thinking? Is he going like, do they know? Why are they here? I don't like, did he knew that this was going to happen? God, man. Holy crap, dude.
It's always the little dogs. I'm sorry? It's always the little dogs that get aggressive.
Bro says that cop better not execute the dog. Bro, dude, that's cop's favorite pastime, bro. Hold on, let me pull it up. I'll pull it up. I got it right here. I got it. Hold on. Give me a sec. Make sure I have it. Here we go. Wait, this isn't it. Hold on. I'm looking for it. Give me a second. God damn it. Where is it? Phone call? Or hold on. Hold on, just give me a sec. I wanted to share this. All right. These are the SWAT team hand signals. This is shoot that dog too. This is I get to shoot their dog. I said wrong house. Kill this dog. I hear another dog to shoot. I see another dog to shoot. And also, my favorite here, that Chihuahua has a gun.
Amanda.
All right, hey, what are you doing? Is this Working Man?
This is the Working Man.
Hey, Working Man.
I want to talk to you here. I have something about this video you're showing.
What you got?
I'm gonna say, I think this guy is actually someone that is more of the left ideology than the right. I think you said he was Christian or something.
Yeah, he's a Christian.
Yeah. So, and also I think that this is the guy that the left should probably, I want to say this guy's terrible. I don't think anybody should defend him.
Why do you think this guy is on the left?
All right. From what I understand, the guy is using AI, right? It's not real, like, CP. It's like he got some pictures. No, but it's not of actual children performing.
They're taking pictures of their students' faces and getting superimposed CSAM.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how he did. I thought it was AI, so it was like generated.
Yeah, I mean they're using AI to generate it based off of the students' photos.
Yeah. So this is my argument here.
Okay.
All right. Just bear with me here. The guy definitely these type of people, right? They are attracted to children, right? It's something that's wired in them, right? Unfortunately. And then instead of acting on that, they're trying to produce an alternative, which is, just as deplorable, but it's better than actually looking for the actual content, right?
Do you think that that's justifiable? Just
No. I'm not. This is a wait. I think this is an argument I've heard from the left that they would
what do
be.
you mean? No.
I've heard this.
No, line in the sand. No. You don't make child sexual abuse material. I don't care if it's fake or not of your freaking students. What?
No, of course. Look, I know it crosses all the moral boundaries.
It's like having an artist that is like I love my students, and then we go to their house and they got like a bunch of oil paintings of like their students, but they're naked. That'd be like, all right, bro, you got to go to prison. I'm sorry. This is way too unhinged. Ain't no fucking way you're going to do that, bro.
Oh, wait. What happened to Don't Yuck My Yum? What happened to that?
What?
You remember, Don't Yuck My Yum? No, not me, but isn't that a principle?
The difference is that is an unconsenting adult. That is the difference.
It
right? I don't care what
consenting
adults do with one another. Go for it, dude. If you guys want to sit down at a table and shit in the middle of the table and then eat each other's poop, dude, go for it. That's your prerogative, right? As long as you're a consenting adult, fucking do it. I don't care, right? But as soon as you start involving non-consenting children, yeah, now we got a problem. That's a big problem.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
They can't consent.
And
Consent is very important among the LGBT.
Have you heard of the saying like there's no privacy in public? Right? Let's just say, for instance, this person got those photos. He's just out in public taking photos of kids.
Hold on. So we're on the same. Are we on the same page that this teacher, this Christian teacher, producing CSAM material of the children, we're not, even if it's AI, it's not cool, right? That's you're going to jail, right?
I'm going in my worldview, yeah. But
in my worldview as well. He's going to jail. Jail.
Well, to be consistent,
straight to jail.
I think you're not being consistent then. Because
all right. Well, I just explained a non-consenting person.
You don't need consent in public.
You don't need consent.
You don't need consent to take a picture of somebody in public. Right?
But they're making child sex abuse. Like, just out of curiosity, right? It's not right. Correct?
It's not right.
So because I operate on the basis of principles, not necessarily rules, but I understand people are simple and they can't operate on principle. They need a rule to tell them no. So my principles tell me if there isn't a rule that bans somebody from producing CSAM material of their children, then I'm going to say there needs to be that rule, right? Because it's wrong what they're doing. It's a non-consenting child.
Well, let me test that. Let me test that, because just like you said, you don't consent, that the children don't consent to being portrayed that way. Couldn't you argue also like portrayals of like famous people getting murdered or doing all kinds of grotesque stuff to them, gore, all kinds of things that is public, that you can express yourself that way, you can show that.
Well, hold on. You made a switch there, and you then talked about gore instead of like, say, having maybe not CSAM but just SAM. If we're creating sexual abuse material of an adult, I would also say that's wrong. Without their consent, 100%. That should be illegal.
Should be, yes.
Yeah.
But instead, in your estimation, would it be better if this person were to actually attempt to do that abuse, or to artificially do it?
What?
Instead of going out to like sexually abuse somebody, if this is their predilection, right? Wouldn't you rather that they have a alternative outlet to express those desires?
I'd rather prefer that they do neither.
Well, that's my position.
Whoa,
See,
based. We agree.
My philosophy.
Well, why are you
demands-
defending this guy then?
No, I'm not. No.
All right. Okay.
I'm
Well,
trying to-
by the way, get me
All
off
right.
a speakerphone because you're crackling. You got to get me
shit.
just on regular phone.
You're on my headset.
Yeah, no, you got to take off the headset, turn it off, and then just talk to me on a regular phone. Trust me, it's better. I don't know why it crackles. That's what it does. Whenever people wear headsets and extra crap.
Hold on. All right, can you hear me now?
God, it's so much better. All right, go ahead.
All right. So what I was going to say is, in my worldview, my philosophy, we're supposed to control our inhibitions. We have, from God, we have a way to live, and there's sin, and there's things you shouldn't do. Even though you want to do it, you need to control those desires. But in the left ideology, it's more about being accepted for who you are, right? It's being, as long as you're not hurting anybody, right?
Yeah.
You know?
And I think creating sexual abuse material of even adults is unethical and wrong because they are not consenting, let alone it being a child, which is not capable of consent. Even if they do agree with it, they cannot consent.
Well, what would you say to those type of artwork that is portraying like some popular figure in a really lewd manner or even grotesque manner?
Illegal.
Legal.
Illegal. It should be illegal. Yes.
Okay. It should be. Okay.
Yep.
Well, I think that from the perspective of affirming, that's what they want to do.
Affirming. Hold on. Are you saying that somebody wants sexual abuse material published of them?
No, the person that is publishing it wants that. And it's not
okay, but the other person didn't consent. So that's the problem. You have to have consent. If you have consent, dude, and the other person agrees, dude, go for it, man. I'm sure it's a great business opportunity. Go for it.
But I'm saying that's not how we operate in America.
No,
there
that is that is.
As the public
I don't care how we operate in America. I'm operating how on the basis of the principle of the ethics of providing sexual abuse material using AI without the consent of individuals that they don't want to be perceived in that way or looked at in that way. And so I think it is up to the individual, the victim, to decide if they should be if that should be published of themselves. And if they don't want that the person who is publishing it gets in trouble.
Well, it should be that for more than just that type of material. Then, if it's just based on the victim's perspective, if you take I don't know, Donald Trump for instance, and look at some of the stuff that's been put out about him, he would be within his rights to sue everybody in the world, right?
Rainbow Ash just donated $5 USD, saying PDFs should not be allowed to have an outlet. They need intense therapy and to be ostracized from society. So I'm not a fan of ostracism, but with that being said, there's certain amounts where it's like, hey, we have to kick a person from a group or whatever. But I think cognitive behavioral therapy is really important. And then reintegration into society is probably the way that I would go approach it.
Well, I mean, but would you be, let's say, for instance, would you be okay if one of the tools they used was like AI to portray some type of,
Yeah, no, it's still without consent. And as long as you don't have that consent, we got a problem. I don't care if they're using AI.
Who you can, you don't need
the person that
images.
is going to have sexual abuse material of them. I could have a picture of you. Let me ask you this. Do you think that if it would be ethical for me to take AI and make nude photos of you?
I would say no. In my
I agree.
worldview, but if I'm of a open-minded, there are different types of sexualities. There's different ways to.
You think that again? This is the difference between consenting adults and non-consenting adults. You think there's no difference here?
Okay, you would have a point if you were going to publish that stuff, if you were going to show it to everybody, then I need
Even if I hid it from everybody, it's still wrong. I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I know it's wrong, but for them, that is what they want to do. It's not hurting anybody, but it's not hurting anybody.
Dude, that's wild. No, I just disagree. I disagree on that principled stance.
And I'm glad you disagree.
You need to have consent. You need to have consent. It's that simple.
All right. We can stop it at consent. But I think when it goes, if you think about to be consistent, I mean, obviously, when you have public material, you take something and you do whatever you want.
I was consistent. I was consistent. I've been entirely consistent this whole time. It requires consent. LGBT are very pro consent.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sir. All right.
Appreciate it, working man. You have a great day.
See you later.
Bye-bye. Consent, everybody. It's important. We love consent. Consent. We love consent. All right, let's go back to the freak. Look at him look around like nothing's wrong.
I'm sorry?
It's always the little dogs that get aggressive. Just get everybody out, guys.
He's probably thinking, why are they here? What could it be? By the way, I've not seen this video.
The arrest gets a bit chaotic in the beginning with McEwen's own dog biting one of the officers at his door. McEwen is handcuffed and he's shirtless. Now, before we get into what happened next,
did you need to say that he was shirtless? I think we know.
Want to run through what authorities say this man did, and it is
he was shirtless.
On June 2nd, police say a cyber tip came into the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children from the app Discord, and the tip alleged that someone at the school that McEwen worked at was using Discord to distribute child sexual abuse material. Police say they traced the account not to a student, but
speaking of Discord, you guys want to know of a cool Discord that is not producing any CSAM? Oh, it's my Discord. Whoa. My Discord just likes talking politics and we yell at Republicans all day anyway.
To 6th grade teacher David McEwen. Investigators say he shared 19 explicit files depicting child sexual abuse. And on top of that, they say he had 6 videos showing himself engaging in sexual acts.
Bruh!
The family pet. That is
Wait,
horrifying.
what? Wait, what? What? Motherfucker, what?
Explicit files depicting child sexual abuse. And on top of that, they say he had 6 videos showing himself engaging in sexual acts with a family pet.
Bro, Chad! Holy shit, Chad! Rainbow is saying, yeah, I'm out. Wait, Rainbow, don't leave. Don't leave. If you want me to switch it? Wait, I'll switch it. Do you want me to switch it? That's wild, bro. I've never even seen that. I haven't even seen this video. Okay, we can move on. We'll move on. That's wild, bro. That's insane. Okay, let's see here. Nick Fuentes and Hunter Biden interview? What the fuck? Okay, Rainbow Ash says this is hard to watch. Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to move on. This is insane. Yeah, we got to move on. I agree.
You said you want to ask me, why are you a Nazi?
Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest strength.
True. White people do feel like we are being boxed out.
A 26-year-old white kid doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled, and the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just
said the problem is crime, and we know who's doing the crime.
Dude, anytime they say that it's the culture I'm concerned with, they're always talking about race. Always.
Chicago.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
About the Holocaust things?
About that. We get to say whatever we want on the internet. We get to deny the Holocaust. As far as Jews are concerned, in general, I think that everybody in the...
How does this get... How does this? How do they post crap like this? I feel like if I posted stuff like this, I would get demonetized and I would be like, this is insane. Let's see. Return to the EC says, oh no, this is equally hard to watch. What do you guys want? Maybe we should get a palate cleanser. Let's see. He makes my blood. I do like Hunter Biden. I won't lie. So apparently, yeah, it's Hunter Biden and Nick Fuentes in an interview with Channel 5 News. That's wild. I get so raged by his stupid face. What is this? Is this Piers Morgan? No, it is not Piers Morgan. It's Channel 5 News. Do you guys know Channel 5 News? They're not an actual news channel, but they like to do like kind of on the ground journalism type stuff. And it's very, very interesting, the type of stuff that they get into. I think like they even got arrested trying to cross the border illegally. They were like trying to understand that this like how it works, I guess, that's intensely interesting. Let's see. Yeah, Channel 5 is all gas, no brakes. Yo, true. All right. Is it okay for us to go over this? We don't got to watch the whole thing. Let's see how it goes.
Country should be treated with dignity and respect and have their civil rights.
Like, what do you think about somebody like Mamdani?
Personally, I don't like him. Like, for example, on 4th of July, when he takes the opportunity to sit there with, let's be honest, not a single white person.
What about fucking Donald Trump? There's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you.
Don Jr. got the largest loan ever given by the Department of Defense.
Vance owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel. Whichever firm is the one to develop ASI, that could confer dictatorial-like powers upon the CEO of that company.
Everything that we think about the way in which we exist in the world completely changes.
Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platforms.
Everything that AI...
William Price just said that he liked this live stream, which reminds me, did you guys like the live stream? Hit like on that live stream if you guys enjoy this kind of political content. We talk politics here all the time, and we take live calls. Phone number 202-998-5218. And if you're not subscribed, please consider subscribing. I appreciate y'all very much. Mwah.
is built on is ours. That's what they're stealing from us. I want to find common ground of how much of a shithead Donald.
Speaking of which, I need some more coffee. Can you guys just give me a quick second? I'm going to put some music on. Appreciate you guys hanging tight. I'm just going to go get more coffee. It will not take me long. All right. All right. Back to it. Let's get to it.
Trump is. We can get there. Okay.
The kind of first question that I had whenever I caught wind that you wanted to do an interview like this is, why now? What made you want to sit down for this kind of interview?
Well, I think it's an interesting conversation to have all of us here. And, I think it's a moment in our country when there's a lot of realignment. I think that people recognize, especially in the past couple of years, I'm like a non-conventional critic, maybe, of what's happening. And so I think it'll be an interesting, productive conversation. I think it'll be different.
But I mean, specifically, because we kind of share a publicist, I heard that you wanted to kind of... Okay. we have a publicist that you hit up, and you said that you wanted to talk to someone who would give you kind of a fair shot to clear up some things and maybe some misconceptions about you and the things you believe.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I think that, I'm somebody who, I think like you, actually, maybe we have this in common, is kind of pigeonholed in a certain way for things that we've done in the past or things that we've said.
Yeah, I'm a crackhead.
But I'm racist, right?
I got pigeonholed there. Mine is true.
But he actually is racist. He's anti-black. He wants a white ethno state. We know Nick Fuentes is an unabashed racist, probably one of the most famous racists in American politics today.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, mine's a little true. Maybe a little. No.
So
I think it'd be good to clear up some of the misrepresentations and put out something accurate.
So what do you think is the most misrepresented thing about you?
Well, I think really the whole image everybody has about me. When
you're a Nazi.
mentioned me, I think on a recent show, you said you want to ask me, why are you a Nazi?
Yeah.
And that's how everybody knows me. Everybody thinks of me as a white supremacist Nazi.
Yeah, because
and
you
I
are.
don't think that's really true at all. I think that we definitely have different values. I mean, you're more from the left, I'm more from the right, but I don't think I'm a hater. I'm not a hateful person.
It is Heil Hitler Friday, Heil Hitler, all my niggas not.
Right, exactly. You get this guy's like, gosh, I'm not a Nazi. Also, Heil Hitler Friday, bro. What are you talking about?
Nazis.
Hitler was very fucking cool.
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
So what's the thing about, I guess, traditional Nazism that you think you disagree with the most?
Well, it's a non-Christian ideology.
Oh, okay.
So,
that's the part that he dislikes about the Nazis. Isn't the whole ethno state and killing a bunch of minorities and making gas chambers, murdering 6 million people. No, it's actually the fact that they weren't Christian. What a cunt, dude. What a cunt.
I mean, look, I believe that race is real, as the Nazis did, but I don't think it utterly defines a person. As a Christian, I think we're all created beings. I do believe there's such a thing as a universal human community. And so I think it's a cruel ideology. I've said this on my show, by the way, but I mean, that would maybe be the fundamental.
Did you always feel that way?
Always, yeah, absolutely.
So even whenever you were younger and stuff?
I did. But, you got to recognize times have changed. 10 years ago, we had a...
By the way, shout out at least to Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan. That cut to him saying it's Heil Hitler Friday, just mwah, chef's kiss, right? Because we know he's lying through his teeth here.
Totally different political world. The regulation and policing of speech, what you would call wokeness, I think was at an all-time high when I got started as a very young man.
What you would call wokeness?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and I think, I mean, would you not say there were some excesses maybe in those days?
Yeah, in those days, I wasn't doing too well, so I wasn't paying much attention. Anyway, I would love to hear, and I'm not asking you to retract everything that you've ever said and all, or anything, but I said that I would love to talk to you because, number one, I told you this, is that I think you're really smart, and I think that with that comes in a real...
Why do we have, Hunter, you're an infinitely better person than this. Please do me a favor and not compliment the Nazi.
Responsibility. And you have an audience. And I have a friend whose son is my daughter's age, maybe 28, your age. And he's really smart. And he is a big fan of yours. And so by virtue of the relationship, I got to learn what it is that why he is a fan of yours. And none of it has to do with, I would hope you agree, like really egregious things that you've said in the past about the Holocaust or about,
Did the Jews ever talk about the 100 million whites that died in World War II? Or do they just bitch and moan about the so-called 6 million Jews that died?
And so it's just nice to poke holes in it and say, it's not 6 million.
6 million? I don't think so.
And I don't even know, I think I've heard you since kind of rescind a lot of that.
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust?
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could be, maybe even be more than that.
But what he agrees with is kind of the anger.
It's not more than that. The reason why we know it's 6 million is based on pre-World War II to post-World War II census records. And what we see globally is that 6 million Jewish people just disappeared. They're just gone. And so that's why we know the number is 6 million. It's not going to increase. It's not going to decrease. It's not an availability of discovering more. It's, hey, here's the census data. This is what we have. 6 million disappeared. That's what we observe.
The anger about the situation that particularly your generation finds yourself in. I know that to be real. And I think that there, maybe my reasons for recognizing that anger as being legitimate and my targets are different than yours. I just wanted to hear from you. When you say you were canceled by the right in 2016.
Yes.
I almost felt like in preparing to meet you now, is that your reaction to that was to just dig deeper and deeper into kind of the outsider, kind of radical, say anything for the purpose of generating, the attention to build an audience. Is that true? And it's not an accusation. I really mean it. I want this to be a conversation as much as possible.
I mean, there's certainly some truth to that, but I think that might be overstating it a little bit, because I really got canceled by the right and the left.
Yeah.
And back in those days in 2017, you had these far left.
God, he looks like a baby. Even now, he just looks very young. And it's like, why are we listening to this guy? Why is he held with any amount of credence? I just don't get it. I don't get the appeal. Like, as soon as someone says that, that they want to kick out anybody who's non-white from the United States, I'm like, bro, you are not in the conversation. You're an evil person. You want to destroy society and everything that it stands for. And, as soon as we start ceding to people like that, I mean, there's no holds bar. I mean, what do they go after next? Is it the Protestants? Is it the Scientologists, the Mormons? What are they going to do next? It just, there is no end in his worldview. His worldview, the end result is there's a giant pile of bodies that are on fire. That's what happens. That's what happens every time we go down the fascist pipeline. It's a big ass pile of bodies, a lot of human rights problems. It's awful.
Left journalists at Huffington Post, Right Wing Watch, ADL, SPLC, and I really believe they were on a mission to find extremist rhetoric, the white nationalist, neo-Nazi boogeyman, all that kind of stuff. And they would look at someone like myself, 18, and if I was being serious or joking, things taken out of context, they would clip it, post it, and they wanted me.
Let's see. Scientologists are kind of nut jobs too, no? Yeah, they are crazy, but also they have a right to exist, just like everybody else. That's the difference between an ideology of mine versus Nick Fuentes' ideology. Nick Fuentes' ideology is ultimately very harmful to society, and the end result is a pile of bodies that are on fire, unironically. And not like a small pile, like, 100 people. No, I'm talking like millions and millions of people, piles and piles of dead, flaming bodies. That's the end result of Nick Fuentes' worldview. Whereas my worldview, if you're a little weird, you're a little eccentric, we don't agree with one another, all you people are going to be able to exist in my society. Oh, we got a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Howdy. I'm on the air.
Yeah, you're on the air.
Awesome.
Can I get
thank
your
you for having me. I'll make this really quick. I was just hoping
Can I get your name
share
real
your
quick?
thoughts, if you have any,
Yeah, can I get your
on
name?
former president. Yeah, it's Noah.
Noah. All right, Noah, what would you like to talk about?
I was just curious if you had any thoughts at all on former President Biden publishing his memoirs and Promise Me America, and if you pre-ordered it or if you will be reading in the future, why or why not. I was just curious.
I haven't thought of that. No.
Okay. Is it something that would interest you at all?
No.
I'm just curious because it looked interesting to me to read the former president, especially that President Biden's memoirs, because apparently it looks like he got a good thought into it. I was just curious if you even heard of it.
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Okay. Well, thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Noah.
Yeah, of course. Have a great one.
Bye. Okay. I guess we'll cross that one out. Anyway, let's go back to the video.
To be the villain. And I think they wanted a lot of people to be the villain. I think the left, in a way, kind of created this climate where I think they pushed a lot of people farther to the right.
No, by the way, that very well may be true, but you gave them a lot of ammunition.
That's true.
I mean, I hope that some of those things that you said in the past are not things that you believed in and that are.
I hate that he's trying to portray himself as like a reasonable person. He's not reasonable. Y'all saw that footage earlier. He's not reasonable. He has to try to portray that he is reasonable so that way more people go on his side, when in reality his position is ultimately giant pile of dead bodies on fire.
You meant just to engender like a really radical kind of response. I mean, is that true or not?
Well, again, I think that back in those days, you could not say anything. In 2017, 2018, cancel culture was so in overdrive. Any joke, any edgelording, anything like that, they would, first of all, there's no sense of humor.
I'm so old. I don't even, what's
Okay, well, to break it down for you, so the dawn of wokeness as it's known today, I think was in like the post-Trump era, after Trump won the election in 2016.
Bring back wokeness. Yo, hot take, everybody. Bring back wokeness. I love wokeness. Wokeness is great. Bring it back.
16. There was a big movement to deplatform and kind of push away those who, I guess the left feel like had galvanized them into the presidency. So there was this big idea that if you push people off mainstream social media platforms, they would go away. Now we know through Trump's reelection, that's not even true. But at the time that...
The Ski Boy says, does First Amender think Fuentes should have a platform? I mean, I guess it depends on how you're addressing it. Do I think that Fuentes has a fundamental liberty to be able to say his hate speech? Yes. Do I think that third-party platforms have to host his information? No. No, they don't.
Was the mantra. Problematic viewpoints needed to be silenced, tucked away somewhere, and they would just sort of die in isolation. So I think that was the climate where you first got started, 2017. That time period was like crucial for getting people off.
Oh, we're getting a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, man, there's Extremo again.
Hey, Extremo.
Hey, bro. Yeah, it's funny because I was watching that same video yesterday.
Yeah. Well, somebody
Yeah,
posted
man.
it, so might as well watch it.
Yeah. I kind of changed my position on the kid, bro. He's not that bad.
Dude, ain't no fucking way you're defending the fucking Nazi, bro.
I'm not defending him. I'm just telling you he's not that bad, bro. He's just a character, bro.
He's a
just trying to fuck
Nazi.
with you.
He's a Nazi.
Yeah, probably. I don't care. Look, but that's not why I called. Remember how I was
You
telling
understand
that I
that
had
if
some
we follow that guy's ideas and if there's enough people that agree with him or find him reasonable, that the end result is a giant pile of dead bodies on fire, right?
Yeah, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah, but I'm saying if people do listen to him, then that is exactly what will happen.
Yeah,
Right?
well, people watch South Park, and I don't think media influences.
I don't think Nick Fuentes. No, Nick Fuentes is a big difference between South Park and Nick Fuentes. South
what I'm
Park is a
saying is that-
satirical show. Nick Fuentes is entirely serious, and he legitimately wants to create a Groyper philosophy that enables Nazism to be the forefront of right-wing ideology.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal.
All right. I have to agree to disagree with you there, Extremo.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, bro. I was just gonna ask you, man. Just real quick. My wife is confused. Are you gay or are you trans?
It's complicated.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause she's like, you're really, really gay, and my position is that like, gender is a spectrum, and you're so gay you might be trans.
Yeah.
You know, that's my opinion.
Okay.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
All right.
And then, do you remember the morality tier list?
Yeah, I remember your disgusting morality tier list. Yes.
I don't know why it was disgusting, bro. What made it disgusting?
Because it put LGBT people lower.
No. It played.
When there's nothing wrong with a person being LGBT.
No. Hold on. You're misrepresenting the morality tier list. I put fat, annoying, super trans people in I believe it was D tier, in that they are like those people. I'm not saying all trans people fall under this category, because trans does not equal crazy, but some of them are crazy. There's no denying that.
All right. Well, I'm gonna move off of this before I get pissed off. I'm gonna continue the video.
Okay. Hey, bro. You have a blessed day.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Mainstream platforms. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I would say that you got to get into the psychology of those days. It felt like anybody that wasn't on board with the most progressive agenda had no options. There was just no alternative. It was going to be progressive, liberal, feminist, BLM, all that kind of stuff. And if you were to the right of John McCain, you're no platformed. Censored, banned from all the platforms, you're fired from your job, you're ostracized socially. And I think what happened really in 2021 when Trump got banned from the platforms is it felt like 70 million people got canceled. 70 million people that voted for Trump, or 60, 70 million people, we were all felt like, oh, so if Trump is out of politics and we're all banned from the platforms, then how is there any redress for our grievances? Do we just have to shut up and get with the program and we're all going to be progressive? And I think that drove people to a far more radical place where people said, well, what really is a solution? We can't talk. We can't express ourselves. We can't participate in the process or run for office. And I was one of the people saying that's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to drive people to extremism. If you don't talk, if people don't feel like they have a seat at the table and enfranchisement.
But I'm not seeing that, like, now that we're allowing people to talk, that it's resulting in what? Is it really resulting in people being less extreme? Or does it place like ideas that fundamentally are just terrible ideas and pretends as if it is like equal to, say, like a social democracy? Like, imagine, when you have, social democracy having to defend itself against like racist white nationalism. One of these is obviously inferior in literally every way and is not an actual solution to the problems that are even posed by white nationalists. But because it is on the same debate stage, it makes it seem like that, oh, this is an alternative to like, a democratic system where everybody is given their fundamental rights. These are not equal things. It's like you have, I don't know, you're going to have a discussion of, pushing two rocks together, or are you going to talk physics? Like, what exactly is this exactly? One of these is obviously superior in every way, comparatively speaking. And I just, the fact that it is platformed and showing this, I don't know, for example, Joe Rogan, what I've observed is that they will have just crackpot after crackpot after crackpot, just spouting their nonsense horse shit, only to have like one guy that actually knows what they're talking about and debunk all the garbage that everybody had been hearing. Joe Rogan ultimately agreeing with the guy that obviously is more reasonable, that is more studied in the topic and is able to debunk all of the claims, only to have Joe Rogan subsequently thereafter crackpot, and then they start disparaging the person that was correct. And giving it an equal platform has actually increased the spread of misinformation. And that's, and when it comes to far right-wing Nazi hate ideology, this is perfect. This creates the atmosphere where we act as if that the Nazis are equal to that of a social democracy.
And I think then they start exploring options outside the system, outside of the political process, the democratic process. So I think it's self-inflicted in many ways.
So you feel like after the mass deplatforming in 2021, whenever people on the right got pushed to platforms like Parler, Gab, Rumble, etc., the lack of discourse and like the political singularity of those platforms created more extremism?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because look, you take...
But like, let's be honest, right? Let's be honest. You go to Rumble and it's like, I don't see how, like, hey, let's allow people on Rumble, you know, post their shit on YouTube. Like, do you guys honestly think that this is going to be like good at all? It's going to be fucking awful. Holy crap, dude.
Trump off of Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. And I predicted this in 21. I said, watch, you're going to see alternative social media rise because some venture capitalist is going to see there's a huge market of 70 million people that are going to follow Trump because Trump is no platformed. And that's exactly what happened. Rumble blew up, Elon bought Twitter. And what happened when you had total free speech on these platforms? Well, Twitter now resembles 4chan. And now, you know, there's no gatekeepers. And I think it did push people in a radical direction. And honestly, people are even blowing past me. Now there's like mainstream normie types that are even blowing past me in terms of how radical they are. People start saying things like, there's no political solution, there's going to be a civil war, we need a revolution. And I think that's because the message from the left was, you're...
Hold on. He's like doing a bit of double speak here. 1984 reference, by the way. He's doing a bit of double speak here. On one hand, he's saying, oh, the fact that they were pushed off to the side, it made them more extreme. But Twitter is now like a 4chan. So now they have open and free speech, which has just resulted in what? More hate speech. So on one hand, by deplatforming them, it has resulted in more hate speech. But by platforming them, it has resulted in more hate speech. So it's just more hate speech no matter what. There is no matter whether you platform or deplatform them. So if that's the option, then just deplatform them. Why the fuck would we want to be like, why would we want to like listen to these fucking cunts? The only reason why I'm even listening to this is because it's on Channel 5 News and there's at least Hunter Biden who's going to be able to push back against this fucking bullshit.
Crushed. You have no options. You can't win. There's no alternative. Trump is going to be indicted and charged and can't run. You can't be on Twitter. You can't have a job. And so people started to say, okay, well, you know, we still exist. We're still here. We still have these concerns. What do we do now? And then people start to say, well, we need a revolution. And I'm one of the only people saying, no, we should still engage in the process and talk with each other. And it's not all one-sided.
Yeah. And he's saying we need to engage in the process. We need to talk with each other. But at the end of the road, of Nick Fuentes' road, is pile of dead bodies, a lot of piles of dead bodies on fire. That's what it is, right? It's that. Okay. What was the one? You know what I like to look at? I like to look at the, what is the scene here? Hold on. It was the, hold on, let me pull it up. Let me see here. I'm pulling it up. Hold on. Yes. Or wait, is this the scene? Hold on, I'm looking for it. There's a famous scene that I recall in Schindler's List. Give me a moment. I got to pull it up on VLC because I don't think it's here. I'll pull it up. Hold on. Give me a moment. Enjoy the music while I find it. 1993 movie. It's excellent. It's an excellent movie. See if I can find it. Where is the... yes. All right. Trigger warning, by the way. This is graphic. Is it going to show me? Do I have to hide Chrome? Yeah. All right. I want you guys to imagine this every time you have a Nick Fuentes type, because every time I hear a Nazi talk, this is the exact scene in my head.
Jetzt geht auch schneller.
This is the scene I think of. Every single time I hear a fucking Nazi talk, this is the scene. I cannot get it out of my head. This actually happened. This is exactly what the Nazis wanted, and this is what the Nazis pulled off. So this is what I think of. Anytime I hear, oh, we want to platform them, we want to platform them, we want to hear out their ideas. No, fuck you. Because I know what the result is. We all know what the result is. If you think it's going to be, all sunshine and roses, no, of course not. It's going to be awful. It will be awful. You will get nothing out of this. And all that will happen at the end of that road, again, is just going to be a flaming pile of dead bodies. That's what I think of every time I hear this motherfucker talk. Anyway, we're going to move on and hear out this interview.
I think there's problems on the left and the right, but I certainly think it takes two to tango.
Okay, so there, we agree. I think that there are problems on the left and the right, and I don't disagree with some of the things that you just said. I guess I just came to a different conclusion, that there are some things that people should be deplatformed for. Not that they can't say it where they want to say
100%.
it, but I think that it's a right of anybody.
Okay, top three things. What do you think?
There's a difference between being able to say that you're proud of your white heritage and also being just a flat-out racist. I think that there's a difference between saying you're proud of your...
Cowcrapper says, Schindler's List is difficult to watch. Yes, it's an extremely difficult movie to watch, but I highly recommend people to sit down and watch it if you have not seen it. One thing I'm starting to realize is, because it's like a movie from 1993 that's like mostly black and white, I think this scares off a lot of modern, but it truly is a fantastic film. But yes, I do believe that a guy like Nick Fuentes it's okay to be deplatformed. But meanwhile, holding a strong stance by the U.S. government that they don't have a right to deplatform, but it is in fact corporations that decide whether or not that they want to host something like that. There's also a little bit of a level of responsibility here as well that I think should be held to the companies that host hate material.
Your Christian heritage and the white culture from what you come from, and Nazis, or that you adopt the Nazism as a legitimate ideology. I think that there's a difference between saying that you disagree with the United States policy as it relates to it.
Cowcrapper is saying the black and white adds to the movie. Yes, I agree. It 100% does. But I'm saying, like, I'm looking at this from the perspective of a Zoomer that needs to have, like, I don't know, what Subway surfers have Subway Surfers on in the corner, I could imagine they would be like, what is this old movie? And then they're just like scrolling on their phone and TikTok. Like, I don't know. It'd be really hard to try to sell it to them.
Israel and saying that the Holocaust didn't exist.
I was like, Mom, Dad, Hitler was awesome. Hitler was right. And the Holocaust didn't happen. And my parents were like, we cannot believe.
Those would be top 3 things in my mind. I know that you believe that some people took you out of context, and I do agree. Look, I'm both.
Don't agree to that. We did not take him out of context. He 100% believes these things.
Right and the left. There are these gatekeepers, 100%. And look at me, it's mainstream.
Working Man is saying, why aren't you on Discord? The reason why is sometimes it's, I've had some people say that my show is kind of chaotic because everybody's just talking all at once. And so I'm trying out to see, if I'm not in the Discord, does it become less chaotic? I guess. I don't know. Anyway.
Press just destroyed me for 7 years without any real kind of reflection about what they were doing. I do think that, some of those things are legitimate reasons to say, we don't want you on our, on our commercial platform. Would you agree with that? I mean, you just said, for instance, people calling for like an armed revolution, like people calling for actual violence. You're opposed to.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm against violence.
Yeah.
And I do think those are one of the legitimate things that should be taken from the platform. There's a lot of the stuff on social media I don't agree with, but again, what started to happen is there was this like editorial censorship where certain ideas were banned. And it was such a broad brush and also totally opaque and ad hoc. You'd be on YouTube, like I was, for example, they banned me for life and didn't even give me a reason. Not a specific quote, not a specific infraction. And so you don't know what the rules are. You don't know what the process is. They just take you down. And especially now when everything is digital.
They don't owe you an
it's not just the
explanation.
social platforms, it's the other ones like Uber, Airbnb, whatever. It feels like you're being
They don't
denied
know you.
almost
They could
something
just
like a
deny
civil
you.
right. Because the social
No,
platforms are
you-
the modern public square. Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, the banking
No, they
apps,
don't.
you can't live your
Again, right? Nick Fuentes is doing his straight up double speak where he says, hey, listen, by deplatforming, you've actually gotten people more extreme. But that's not actually what we've observed. We've actually observed when they are platformed. In fact, extremism overtakes reasonable conversation. We look at Twitter as a perfect example of that. So he says that it's extreme. You get more extreme when you get allowed onto the open square, and you get more extreme when you are deplatformed. So fuck it, just deplatform them.
life without the tech platforms. And it felt like if you just simply had the wrong opinions or you were the wrong kind of person, you were being deprived of like a basic civil right or being able to participate in society. So, you know, and I think maybe that's an area of collaboration where we recognize maybe it is a civil right to use the digital platforms, but here are the rules. Here's what you can say. Here's what you can't say. Here's the process. Maybe there's a reconciliation mechanism. But I mean, the censorship was just out of control. I don't think anyone disagrees there's a reasonable limit, though.
Yeah, no, I guess what I'm saying is that I don't see that as a result of left-wing or right-wing ideology. I view that kind of level of deplatforming. Look, I was debanked. I was debanked before I was ever even charged with anything. I lost every bank account. It took me, 9 months once they, the Trump administration, said that they were starting an investigation into me to be able to actually get a bank account again. And I don't want to tell you the bank because tomorrow they may debank me again. But my point is that those people are incredibly identifiable. I keep, like, I've been talking and going around and I say things like, I
did not know that Hunter Biden was, he got removal access to his bank accounts. That's actually wild.
Think we are nearly as divided as they're telling us we are. Because I do believe that there are an identifiable group of people that are responsible.
Oh, bro, cringe, holy crap. All right, here's, dude, I swear, this fucking enlightened centrist shit drives me nuts. Drives me up a wall. Like, dude, you are talking to somebody that ultimately wants to physically remove minorities from the United States, and when they're ultimately not going to want to be removed or other countries won't take them, that they're going to come up with a final solution, which ultimately is the giant pile of dead bodies that are on fire. And this idea is like, oh, I think we agree more than we disagree. Fuck that, bro. Dude, call these douchebags out. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. These people are awful human beings. He's an awful human being. And honestly, if he got into power, I'm glad that minorities have access to Second Amendment rights. How about that? How about go fuck yourself, asshole?
Responsible for an enormous amount of the discord and division because they make money off of it. I think that these social media companies that are controlled by 3, 4, 5, individuals have made it clear that they only care about one thing. They only care about how much money they can produce for themselves and, the people that hold stocks in their company. Even to the
Senor Klumpo establishing a fabulous straw man saying, so if you do not like someone's opinion, you could call them a Nazi, which justifies whatever you want. No, that's not what I said. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm saying that specifically Nazis, I'm okay with the idea of just completely deplatforming these people. And I'm sick and tired of, I don't want to sit there and humanize these fucking monsters. These are awful human beings. Why should I establish any amount of human rights and decency towards Nazis when they themselves do not want to establish human rights upon other people, especially minorities? Fuck those people.
Degree where we know for certain that they're driving teenage girls to the highest levels of suicide by a factor, like exponential factors, directly related to the content that they're being pushed, and they won't do anything about it.
Right.
And so, to the same degree, I think they, a lot of what you call wokeness was a...
Senor Klumpo says he's not wearing Nazi clothes. That's your criteria? Your criteria is he's that dude. He literally, we just watched earlier where he said that Hitler was a good guy and that he doesn't believe that 6 million Jews died. Like, really, dude? He's an unironic Nazi. He's an ethno-nationalist. It is the definition of a Nazi. The burning bodies argument is not strong. No, it's very strong because that's empirically what happened. That is empirically the case. Anytime I hear Nazi rhetoric, that is the immediate thought process that goes to my head. The end result is a giant pile of burning dead bodies everywhere. That's the end result.
Maybe an illegitimate, but a financial decision.
Senor Klumpo says Nazis have fancy black clothes. Bro, dude, imagine. Guys, check it out. I found a Nazi. According to Senor Klumpo. We found the Nazi. Hold on. Guys, I got the Nazi. There he is. Oh my God, we got a Nazi. Guys, he's wearing black clothes. They're wearing fancy black clothes. Guys, the Nazi. Confirmed Nazi. Guys, confirmed Trinity is a Nazi? Confirmed black clothes equals Nazi. Fucking give me this. Let me draw. Damn it, I can't draw. Son of a bitch. Black clothes equals Nazi. Neo from the Matrix is a Nazi. Yo, courage.
Decision based on a lot of these
corporate psyop, maybe.
Corporate psyop.
Thank you.
I mean, by the way, exactly. You know, I mean,
I just wanted to back up real quick. So you talked about certain people going too far. About 2.5 months ago, I visited a whites-only community in Hardy, Arkansas. And I don't know why. I guess coming from like a more like left-wing place, I'm from Seattle. I kind of assumed there was like a united front on the right for some reason. So I'm out there, I'm chilling with these dudes. They're like sword fighting, having barbecues. It was, I mean, overall, it was a good time for them. I had a hard time connecting with them because I don't agree with them, but it's all good. I was having fun for a couple days. And then, like, right as I was there, I guess you had hit them up on X or something and said like, hey, I don't want to associate with you guys. What happened there?
Well, that was really more of a personal disagreement with the guy that founded it.
Yeah.
But I do think it's an interesting project, and it's interesting that that got so much.
Well, dude, that guy actually looks like a real life Nazi. Like, look at the guy. But I tell you, you know, it's funny. Like, you end up doing genetics tests on these people. What was the guy who was like, he was like the most famous racist, found out to, hold on, give me a second. There was like this moment where a white supremacist actually ends up learning the following. Hold on.
Does anybody remember?
Hold on, let me see. I gotta find it. Let's see.
Cobb. Craig Paul Cobb has undergone DNA testing to determine genetic.
All right, so guys, get this. This guy on the left, that guy on the left in the 90s was considered the most famous racist ever. So this is like pre Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is a baby at this point. But so this guy, he was walking around, you know, threatening, you know, black people in his community. He actually bought an entire town, basically trying to make it white homogenous. And he was like bullying black people out of that town. And he would make it intensely antagonistic for black people to live there. And the town was just sick and tired of this douchebag because he had the money to buy this small town, and people were just sick and tired of his bullshit. And so people were trying to, like, you know, get the city commissioner to do something about it. But anyway, what happened to this guy? What happened to his legacy? Well, what happened was this moment on the Trisha Goddard show in the 1990s. And this is where he has completely lost all credibility. So here we go. You ready?
genetic ancestry. 86% European and
Give it to him. Give it to him.
14% Sub-Saharan African.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Just wait a minute. This is called statistical noise.
Sweet, you have a little black in you.
Listen, I'll tell you this. Oil and water don't mix.
Legend, bro. The Trisha Goddard show just went in and completely demolished this guy's argument. He was talking about his white racial purity forever. And then they pointed out this dude got owned on live television. He has never been able to recover from this since. As soon as this happened, that was the end of the most racist guy in America.
Hey, bro.
Bro.
That is awesome.
That is wild. That is wild. All right. Anyway, let's continue on with the video.
Pushback, this whites only community, because you know what? If you go to a lot of these different neighborhoods in major cities, there are ethnic enclaves. And it's not like there's an explicit rule that you have to be a certain ethnicity, but we all know in Chicago and New York and LA, you got certain neighborhoods where it is 80, 90% one ethnicity.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of white people that say we kind of want something similar. I don't think there's anything.
But Nick, well, okay, let's back up. If you want to talk about the histories of, you know, New York and Chicago, I feel like that was also a conscious decision that was made like after the Civil Rights Act.
Blacks only. It's in Cabrini Green, where Mayor Daley made everybody that was black live in the Cabrini Green. I mean, it's not. That wasn't by choice. It's not by choice that these ethnic enclaves are 80 or 90%, whatever that ethnicity is. It's because that's the only place in which they.
Let's see. Jigga James says, I don't really put that much faith in those DNA tests. The more accurate ones are thousands of dollars. I mean, how do you know if it's an accurate one versus an inaccurate one? What if they did use an accurate one? Like, how are you supposed to like, and also you would be able to determine like a specific haplogroup where like your genetic ancestry comes from. And no, it's not that expensive. It's to do that.
Had an opportunity to live unbothered, or where they were told that they had to live because of the historical fact that they could not move into other neighborhoods. You could not move into parts of South Chicago without, being stoned.
Right.
Literally, right?
Yeah.
And so, like so it's not as if those ethnic enclaves are there by choice. And so that
also ethnic enclaves do exist for like specific variations of different Europeans. Like, there is like places that are chocolate, like South Philly is full of Italians.
There's Little Italy and there's Little Korea.
So I think the issue,
Japan.
I always what confused me the most about the whites only community is like, there's just so many different kinds of white people in America. So like to establish a unified white culture with a place so diverse and full of like different regional flavors just kind of felt confusing to me. Because that could mean a different thing depending on what part of the country or what Europe.
Yeah, like for example, like what do you guys think? You think like is French white? Yeah. I think like French is very different from like, I don't know, the UK or Scottish or Irish. And it's like you have all of these different cultural flavors among white people where it's like how do you consolidate that into a singular like white race, I guess?
European enclave you originated from. Like, we're Irish people from the Philly area. Can you compare that to like, surfers in San Diego or even like, Italian Americans in Staten Island? I don't know. Everything just feels so different. So when I got there, I was trying to identify what they meant by white culture. It wasn't really based on shared like cultural practices, but more the exclusion of people who weren't white. So they weren't like stoked on being European necessarily. They were more just like, oh, we're here because those people aren't here. So it just kind of felt more negative than constructive.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not really involved with that project in particular, but I think that, look, I mean, you talk about the anger that's out there and the frustration, and I think part of the frustration, let's be honest, is that white people do feel like we are being boxed out in major cities in the country, and it feels like, look, there's a little Haiti, and there's various ethnic enclaves where you get that local culture, and they do their, cultural festivals and that sort of thing, and white people feel like they're being pushed out, and they want a space where things are familiar.
Do you feel the same way about...
I gotta tell you, man, there's one thing about white culture that I'm just going to tell you right now. We need a bit of multiculturalism here. There's one aspect of white culture, and the aspect is we do not properly season our food. We are terrible chefs. We are terrible cooks. I don't know what it is. If you grab ethnic white food, like just white people food, it is the most boring food, bro. It needs some spice. It needs some multiculturalism, bro. When I went to the Netherlands, I was like, let me have a traditional Netherlands food. Here we go. Hold on. Let me pull it up. I'll pull it up. All right. So look at this. This is something, and I'm telling you, right? This was something that they were proud of this. They were like, oh, you want to have some delicious, cuisine by just a traditional Netherlands dish. And I was like, yeah, fuck yeah. Guys, that's raw herring. They have raw pickled herring with onion and pickles. That was the authentic cuisine. I'm telling you, this is what I got, right? Now, get this, right? You go to the Netherlands, and one thing that you find out is that there also exists Indonesians. There's a lot of Indonesians in the Netherlands. And as a result, you've got Indonesian food. What does Indonesian food look like, you ask? Why? I am glad you asked. Let me just show you an example. Fam, what are we talking? Dude, you're going to give me that raw pickled ass herring bullshit and you got this hiding in the corner? Bro, give me some of that multiculturalism, bro. I want some of that. Give me the multiculturalism. Let's see. First, if you could debate Nick Fuentes to prove how wrong he is, how would you do it? I don't know. I don't know. It would depend on what he's saying, I guess. I would have to address what he's saying. Like, if he sits there and starts like, oh, actually, I'm like a reasonable guy. I'm just going to go out, like, start off by saying, was it 6 million? What do you think the number is, right? And, you know, if he concedes to 6 million, I'd be like, okay, great. I'm like, was Hitler a good guy? You know, I would say something along those lines. Anyway, I'm just saying, bro, we need some of that multiculturalism. Otherwise your food looks like this. Just FYI, make food great again. And the way that you make food great again is you get some foreigners to spice some shit up.
The Italian festival that happens in every city.
Well, here's a good example. So,
or St. Patrick's Day.
Well, you know, there's no Irish neighborhood in Chicago.
Oh, Excadriller says, I said, would you do it? Absolutely. I debate anybody who wants to debate. I debate anybody that wants to debate. I am not worried.
Little
sure
Italy.
There is.
I mean, there's some remnant in Bridgeport.
Yeah. It's important to note that, like, and I'm not trying to get into like a shouting match here, but like, you know, as a family who did, coming from a family who did leave Philadelphia in the 60s because of black migration from the South after the Civil Rights Act was passed, there was a sort of like mass flight of white people into the suburbs, and that kind of led to a homogenization of different cultures because they rushed so fast to build these like identical strip mall suburbs that it was very hard to maintain cultural bonds that made different European and white neighborhoods unique around like the 1950s and before. So I feel like the mass suburbanization is also a big factor that led to those like cultural bonds breaking.
Yeah, but why did that happen? I mean, a lot of the suburbanization is because of the race riots in the 1960s. People moved out because of the violence. You know, my grandfather was in the National Guard in Chicago.
This is the problem of the, there's a bit of circular logic here, because when you subjugate black people and reduce their socioeconomic conditions, this increases violence, crime, gang culture. All of the things follow when you have poor socioeconomic conditions. And so the solution to this is not to desegregate, but to continue segregating, to continue othering in order to satisfy whatever racist intent that Nick Fuentes has. It is a self-defeating argument. It's like getting mad at a person for being poor and not being able to afford food. And like, the reason why they're poor and can't afford food is because they're poor and can't afford food. Oh, okay. So then let's feed them less. Let's help them less. You know, like it's just a self-defeating argument.
Chicago, when after MLK got assassinated, the whole West Side burned to the ground. Yeah. And people didn't want to be around that anymore.
Why were there
I get it. I get
MLK
why.
Jr. was assassinated.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so does that justify burning down the city?
No, I didn't say it justifies it, but it sure justifies an enormous amount of the anger, the same kind of anger that you feel about 100%. Being left out, the same kind of anger that you're expressing right now about the idea that you're culturally irrelevant, that you don't have a place in society. Imagine if you were a 26-year-old black man in 1968 and saw your hero be assassinated.
Oh, I saw Trump get shot in the ear and...
Did he?
And I saw Charlie Kirk get shot, and I didn't see any cities get burned down. It's funny how that works.
I think it's a very, very, very different thing. I think
how is that different? Charlie
Kirk
got shot in the neck.
Yeah.
And liberals...
Dude, imagine, again, this is again comparing MLK to Charlie Kirk. Fucking disgusting. Like, this fucking... You're comparing the guy who passed the Civil Rights Act to some fucking chud podcaster, bro. Like, are you serious?
Celebrated all over social media by Tyler Robinson.
Yeah. Who is what?
Who is some liberal guy.
He is?
Mm-hmm.
But
he's got a transgender boyfriend.
Does that make him liberal? Because he's transgender? Because he's gay?
So. Well, because he's got a transgender boyfriend, yeah, I think so.
It makes him liberal?
I think he was liberal, yeah.
Okay, well, he didn't come from a liberal family. He didn't come from a liberal enclave. He didn't come from a liberal background. He's not a minority. He was a Mormon, correct? Mm-hmm. And grew up in a Mormon household, and he went to a largely Mormon college, and he ended up committing an act of violence, according to the FBI and the authorities in Utah that charged him. How does that in any way compare to what we're talking about? I'm not justifying the violence that occurred after the death of Martin Luther King, but you're saying that that person, this Tyler, whoever his name is was as disenfranchised as the African American.
Why were people so happy to see Kirk killed? Because Charlie Kirk consistently did a crap ton of hate speech, and so when people saw him die, people were happy. Does that mean he deserved to die? No. I'm saying, why were people happy to see him dead? Yeah, I get it.
American community in 1968 in inner cities?
Well, the question is who we want to live around.
I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry.
And in the 1960s, the West Side burns down.
Ew.
We don't want to live around that. We don't want to live around a city that's
not when
burning
that happened.
down.
That's not when the white flight happened.
It is.
No,
it was
is
a big
not.
response to it. Absolutely.
100% not.
Absolutely.
You make these historical connections that don't exist. Part of it was potentially, but before that, what Mayor Daley did is made Chicago the most segregated city in the entire United States, other than Boston. When you would come from the South to Chicago, African Americans from the South, blacks in the South coming to Chicago would say that Chicago was twice the level of segregation and racism that occurred in the South. And so it wasn't as if you're coming into a situation in which you're feeling in any way enfranchised by the community and the situation that you're in. And as many people left simply because of the idea that someone was black moving into their neighborhood as the violence that occurred after the assassination of Martin Luther King. So the numbers actually, pre-1968, when King was shot, you had more people leave the city because of the desegregation, because of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, than you did after the riots.
I think that's just not true. I think that the race riots were a huge driver of white flight to the suburbs. I think it's just dishonest to say that's not the case.
Okay, so what's your point about all of this?
Well, we're talking about where people want to live.
Yeah, I know. So like what in 2026?
Well,
what's the
okay,
point?
how about in 2020 when Minneapolis burned to the ground? Or how about in the summer of 2020 in Chicago?
Kirk was a liberal fundamentally. No, he was a Christian nationalist. No, these are not. He particularly had very illiberal tendencies.
No.
Minneapolis didn't burn to the ground.
It didn't?
No. I mean, there were
BLM
parts
didn't
of it.
destroy
Okay,
dozens of
If
structures.
you guys need a physical witness to what happened in Minneapolis, there were many.
I did. Senor Clumpo saying just things that are empirically false. No, black people are not worse off since the civil rights. No, the opposite, the literal exact opposite. And this is quickly Googleable. I don't need to have to justify this with you. You could just Google this, right? All you're doing is repeating a really stupid slogan that people keep repeating as if it's true, when that's 1,000% not true. The literal opposite is the case by virtually every metric. They're richer, they are more educated, they have better familial structures, there's less teen pregnancy. Name the situation, it's better. It literally is better. The idea that it's worse is total nonsense. Complete fabrication by the right, and you're hook, line, and sinker into the propaganda.
Structures that burned to the ground, not the city, but there was, I would say, between 40 to 50 buildings off of Lake Street in the south side that did burn to the ground. But the most of the city was intact, but it was quite an intense situation.
People don't want to live around that. People don't want to live around that. You know, in Chicago, it rolled on into the summer, and it wasn't, let's say, the anger.
Excadriller says, no, this is a lie by First. It's not every metric. It's virtually every metric. Virtually every. Less crime, nope, wrong. Less homeless, also wrong. You're wrong. You're just wrong about this. This is not the case. I have no idea where you're getting this information. Provide study, because that's not true. That's definitely not true. I know that's not true.
Anger of the oppressed and the disenfranchised.
So
they were looting. They were looting and carjacking. The criminals.
Are you saying that the problem with the 26-year-old white kid living in suburbia outside of Chicago and his feeling of being disenfranchised is because there was looting and rioting in Minneapolis by black people, and it's black people that are doing it?
Yeah, I mean the problem with Austin.
There are metrics that you could say that they are better off. That's true. No, so they're better off. No, not metrics. Virtually every metric. Virtually every metric shows black people are better off post-Civil Rights Act than pre-Civil Rights Act. This is just not the case.
Metcalf was that he got stabbed in the neck at a track meet. And the problem with our city in Chicago.
More families as well. Also wrong. Also wrong. This is also incorrect. Now, if you do want to talk about the drug war and how that has contributed to the destruction of families, that we can talk about. But no, even that metric is incorrect. They are doing amazing with how many abortions. Okay, you're just shifting your goalpost here. By virtually every metric, Black people are better off post-Civil Rights Act than pre-Civil Rights Act. This is a lie that has been perpetuated by right-wingers, that has been propagated over and over, despite the fact that there is no substantiation to that claim whatsoever.
Is that the Magnificent Mile is gone, Water Tower Place is gone because of all the crime.
Nick, and the problem, the entire generation of African Americans is that they've been getting killed by cops for decades.
That's
what are
just
you
not
talking
true.
about, Nick?
Because they commit crime. And listen, it's not...
Nick,
what?
That's not true. It's not true. Are you saying that police brutality as it relates and racism in the police force, in the way in which police...
You know, you can see Black Americans 2.5 times more likely than whites to be killed by the police. It's the percent of... And you know what's funny, right? They actually... I think that there was like an instance where they did a study on traffic stops at night. Hold on. Black disparity in traffic stops... Black person at night. Hold on. I'll pull it up. I remember pulling up this study. I'm going to see if I can find the actual study. Hold on. It's in the May 4th issue. Where is there like a study? Let me just study. PDF. Let me see. Give me a moment. Okay. Right here. All right. So large scale analysis of racial disparities in police stops across the United States. And it says here, let me, how do I hide this sidebar? Is it possible for me to just... All right, so we have assessed racial disparities in policing in the United States by compiling and analyzing data set detailing nearly 100 million traffic stops conducted across the country. We found that Black drivers were less likely to be stopped after sunset, when a veil of darkness masks one race, suggesting bias in stop decisions. Furthermore, by examining the rate at which stopped drivers were searched in the likelihood that searches turned up contraband, we found evidence that the bar for searching Black and Hispanic drivers was lower than that of searching white drivers. Finally, we found that legalization of recreational marijuana reduced the number of searches of white, Black, and Hispanic drivers, but the bar for searching for Black and Hispanic drivers was still lower than that of white drivers post-legalization. Our results indicate that police stop search decisions suffer from persistent racial bias and point to the value of policy interventions to mitigate these disparities. So we know for a fact that, yes, there still exhibit themselves racial disparities in how police treat Black versus white people, even if the crime is the same.
Treat African Americans. Nick, you could grow up here like I did between Wilmington and Philadelphia. And if you were a Black dentist and you lived in Wilmington and you commuted to Philadelphia, the chances of you being pulled over by a state trooper, either Delaware or in Pennsylvania, are about 50 times that would be if it was a white guy. 50 times. And so what you're trying to tell me is that the problem in America right now is that a 26-year-old white kid who lives in suburban Chicago doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled or he's been woke, and the problem is Black people.
I didn't say the problem's Black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just said
the problem is crime, and we know who's doing the crime.
And we know who's doing the crime, which is Black people. You're blaming Black people. We understand. You're in it. You're deliberately obfuscating to make it easier to swallow this impossible to swallow pill.
Chicago, the carjackings, shootings, teen takeovers. We know why there's no business on the Mag Mile anymore, and it's because they steal cars, they drive them through windows. And listen, black people are some of the...
Yeah, having poor socioeconomic conditions result in that. And if you've pushed people into poor socioeconomic conditions, then yes, they increase crime, right? It is a self-defeating argument.
The biggest victims of the black crime. But we're not allowed to talk about it because of the racial
What do you mean
dimension.
you're not allowed to talk about it? We're talking about it right here.
Hey, guys,
you have a platform in which millions of people listen to you, Nick.
I think
well, after Elon had to buy Twitter and open it up. It wasn't like that before. I was banned from everything for many years. So no, you weren't allowed it. You're right. We could talk about it now, but that's only because the good guys won.
Hey, what's up,
The
guys?
good guys,
There's something I
guys,
forgot.
the good guys, the Nazi, the good guys, they won, right? And so then that, so that now it's good, right? We're good now. We like Twitter now, right?
To tell you about. We also just launched our own streaming platform called
we got a
C5.now.
new
We have
streaming
5
platform.
films
I don't
on
care.
there right now. Film number 1, The Art of
let's just
Protest.
move
Anthony,
forward.
the
Hold
people who trap the rodents of charm. Wall Street, The Planet's Thyself. Named Gabor my top dog. And sauce on there to get the choice of a year and a half. With the residual sneak about Sears. Pay importantly,
Bro,
get your remote.
How long? All right, please.
You went from being banned on Twitter to being on YouTube to creating
I'm
an
not on
entire
YouTube.
show. I know you're not, but now you have Kick and now you have all of these other things. You have an enormous platform. I want to find common ground of how much of a shithead Donald Trump is. We can get there. Okay. What I don't understand is how you didn't recognize that in 2016, and how you didn't recognize that in 2020, and how you didn't recognize that in 2024. Because Donald Trump
I did in
hasn't.
24.
Because Donald Trump hasn't changed. Donald Trump hasn't changed at all. Donald Trump has been Donald Trump since he came.
Sorry, guys. Give me a quick second. Let me BRB. My brother is calling me. Give me a sec. Almost back, guys. Hang tight. All right. We're back. Senor Clumpo saying the dumbest thing ever, saying stats are now suspect. Institution are biased at the moment. So that means you have now revoked any failure criteria. Okay, then if you have no failure condition and you basically just say lies and statistics, then why the fuck am I wasting my time listening to you? You have no failure condition. There's nothing that disproves you.
Came out of the womb of a woman that was an immigrant to this country. And so what I want to know, though, is that I don't know how we get past this idea that the biggest problem that you have with your personal situation and how you extrapolate that to the situation of other white kids that are your age, that feel disenfranchised, that feel left out, that feel they don't have a shot at the American dream, is because of black and brown people, because of Mexicans, because of Venezuelans, because of Haitians, it's always other, Nick, with you. It seems to me, and I've listened to a lot of the stuff, it's always them. We need to build a wall. Where's the wall, Nick? He never built the wall. Why'd you vote for him in 2020? Why'd you vote for him in 2024?
I didn't vote for him in 2024.
Okay. My point being is that whenever you identify your problem as being something that is...
By the way, the reason why Nick Fuentes did want to vote for Donald Trump is because he knew that he would ultimately provide the racist policies that he's interested in. Just FYI, he wants there to be less brown people in society, and the way he can make that happen is by having Donald Trump in office.
Other that you can point to that's
Boku7 is asking me to define a woman. I've defined a woman both in sex and gender multiple times on this show. Do I have to do it again? Is it really necessary? Or can you just take my word for it that I have accurately defined it? And if you want to have an actual discussion, we can do it. You can call in the show. I mean, I'm taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Just call in. I'm more than happy to hear from you.
Minority, that is a group of people, that's the Jews, I mean, before, remember, all of us, it was the Irish Catholics who were all committing the crime, who weren't allowed into bars, who weren't allowed into, because you know why? Because they were dirty, poor, non-Europeans, they were Irish. Every time it's wrong. Every time history has proven that to be wrong in the United States of America.
Based.
Every time.
Based
Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest...
Yo, the Ski Boy 2000 just donated $5 USD, saying, we must live in the Matrix, because who would have ever have guessed that Nick Fuentes would talk with Hunter Biden? It's like a fever dream. I love the internet. True, very true. Very true. The fact that that's even happening is pretty wild. Also, why does the dono thing show up? Why does it say it twice? I wish I did. There's got to be something that's causing that. It's fine. Whatever. Let's just continue. Thank you. Thank you for the dono.
Greatest strength. And I hear you talk about this idea of white culture. What fucking white culture are you talking about, man? What
Shakespeare, Dante, Mozart. We're in Philadelphia, the founding fathers.
Yeah.
That's your white culture.
How about the Count of Monte Cristo? Would you consider that part of our white culture?
Sure.
Okay. Well, it was written by a black man in France in the 1700s.
In a milieu of European civilization.
So what?
Because you're picking out one example. It really is.
I'm not just picking out one example.
It really is.
Nick.
Listen.
Nick, I'm not.
Obviously, there's more than one example, but I'm just saying that, hey, that's a good example that counters your point. You saying, oh, well, then I have to ignore it because it's one example is stupid. It's disingenuous.
Really not.
Hey guys, I think we're reaching what's called a rock in a hard place. Let's talk about Israel.
Let me respond to this, because you're telling me I'm always blaming the other.
Dude, yo, Andrew Callahan, Andrew, that's wild. They're talking about a book, and then you guys want them to both talk about Israel, bruh.
No, Nick, for real. Here's the thing.
He's laughing about that, like he wants it to get spicy.
Facts, which, by the way, aren't fucking facts.
Okay? Which ones aren't facts?
And as it relates to the Civil Rights Movement in 1968, and the reason why we're out in the problem that we're in is because the Civil Rights Act passed in 1964. Dr. Martin Luther King was killed and shot by a white racist, white supremacist in 1968 on a balcony of a motel. That's the root of our trouble, because an entire people that have been disenfranchised and enslaved for over 400 years.
We're sick of hearing about that, though. It's 2026.
I'm tired of hearing about that. I don't want to be held responsible for past actions. I don't want to acknowledge the racial disparities. I want to talk about me. I'm a white man. What a fucking cunt. Fuck this guy. He's a baby, dude. Like, dude, just acknowledge reality and move on.
They'd be sick of hearing about it, but you know what? They aren't. And I'll tell you what, Nick,
Get
here's the
over
other thing.
it. Get over it.
Get
It's
over
America.
it. But Nick, you can say stuff like that, okay, without having to say it like that. And
That's not how it started, though.
This is a legitimate argument, but it's, Nick.
Guys, Nick, Hunter, what do you guys make of the concept of community collapse? Have you guys heard of this?
No.
So it's got nothing to do with race, got nothing to do with money, but this is kind of a crazy stat. So in 2019, before COVID, 76% of Americans said they were a part of an in-person community that gave them some kind of value. After COVID, and this year, it was 19%. So I think that politics and race aside, one of the biggest issues is the collapse of social bonds, third spaces, communities, in-person engagement, which comes with loneliness, more time online, and more division. I understand I feel like you guys aren't going to agree. I want to talk about what you guys think.
To be fair, right, I spend a lot of time online, but I'm not really lonely, I would say. I feel great, actually. My social life is fun. Anyway,
Can be done on an individual and community level to stop
But that's
people
just
from
me.
hating each
That's
other
not for
and to
everybody.
create more belonging and engagement.
Well, number one, I think this. Okay, for real.
Podcasting.
No, not podcasting, this discussion. For me to be able to sit down with someone who I so vehemently disagree with and find some kind of common ground.
But I mean, guy at home.
Dude, this fucking I hate this like, oh, let's reach across the aisle. I'm like, dude, again, think in your head, dead bodies in a pile on fire, guy screaming. Like, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that. And it's like, I'm sorry, if your policy results in that, no, I'm not sitting across the table from you and having a cordial conversation. I am going to treat you like crap. Why? Because you treat other people like crap. We don't treat individuals equally. Your actions is what gets people to treat you equally to other people. That's how it works.
Guy at home who's watching this on his phone just thinking, I wish I could go outside, but I don't know anyone.
Okay, well, here's what I'm talking about. It's all about connection. It is all about actually connecting with people. And I'm not talking about digitally connecting with people.
Actually, this part is true. If you have, for example, a hardcore racist, like Nick Fuentes, having like connections with minorities and getting along with minorities, it is the antithesis of white supremacy. It actually erodes away at a person's ability to push their white supremacy when they enable themselves into multiculturalism. That actually happened to one of my friends. He was a white supremacist, and he ended up listening to a lot of rap music because he liked rap music, and he just couldn't coincide his enjoyment of black culture and also being a white supremacist. And so he basically abandoned ship.
People anonymously online. I'm talking about actually going out and connecting with people. And I don't have an answer to that. I don't, any of us. We're look, man, I just think that you are targeting the wrong problem, Nick. I think that our biggest problem right now doesn't have to do with this cultural divide or racial divide or religious divide or the idea that America is becoming less white or culturally relevant anymore. I think our biggest problem is literally an oligarchy that is inflaming every single division that we have. And by the way, and they're out for you, man. Just as much as anybody else.
Nick Fuentes is thinking the Jews, and Hunter Biden is thinking rich people.
These platforms that we talk about that you're not allowed to be on because Elon's out on the platform. Elon doesn't give a shit about anything other than one thing.
Wait, Hunter, I just want to say real quick.
Money and his money.
I don't necessarily even agree with that.
Okay, well, you may not agree with that because you don't want to piss off Elon Musk.
Elon doesn't even like me, but I just disagree.
You're talking about the oligarchy, right? Like these billionaires, right? Like the goal of corporate capture of these industries is community collapse. They are trying to engineer things to make it antisocial. They want to eliminate every single small business. They want to make everyone a single person shopper, no carpooling, like to be a lonely consumer who only buys things for themselves online and doesn't talk to anyone in real life. That's what they want in real life. Like all this data center shit, like everything they're doing is in a way trying to break up in-person engagement. And I feel like for you guys, might be hard to answer because both of you guys are what they call like controversial public figures. Like there's places that you, like in 2018, if you were to go to a dive bar in, let's say, Poplar Bluff, Missouri, you would have been in danger.
He is the oligarchy. What? He is the oligarchy. No. They're millionaires. There's lots and lots of millionaires in the United States. I wouldn't consider these the oligarchy. The oligarchy is the billionaires. The difference is 1,000 times over what Hunter Biden is or the Biden administration. It's not even close.
You know what I mean? At that time, for you were in danger physically in a left-wing city. It's just the truth. So I feel like you guys have been deprived of the ability to have normal lives. You especially, but I mean you in general. But I feel like your controversies came a little bit later in life. For you, I feel like you haven't even been able to grow up as a normal person. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, that's true. Well, and in terms of building community back and everything like that, the data says that really the loss of society is the fact that we don't encounter people anymore. For example, on your way to work or in ways that are unexpected. People wake up in their house, which is separate from everybody else. They get in their car by themselves, drive to work by themselves, and then they meet with their colleagues and everything, but then they go right home. Go home, have a beer, watch Netflix until they go to bed. Next day starts all over again. And so I think it has a lot to do with maybe how we structure the cities. I think, honestly, a big part of it, there's like this abundance mindset with liberals. Liberals want to have prosperity and everything like that. How can you have that when the cities are not safe? I think that one of the ways, for example, if you want to have those encounters that are unplanned or spontaneous, they're going to happen maybe on the subway, on the bus, on your way to work. People don't want to ride the subway anymore. People don't want to ride the bus. They don't
I just feel
like
that
it's
if
safe.
you look at the data, like right now, 2026, I think 2025 had the lowest homicide rate of any year in America for like the past 4 years. I feel like if you compare data from the 90s, like the cities, I get what you're saying, but the cities I have noticed are a lot safer. They're also, becoming more expensive as well. It could have something to do with it.
You're absolutely right. It's what you're saying, Nick, is impossible to refute, right?
So, like, here's an interesting dichotomy that I hear that comes often from the right. What you'll have is that they'll say something on one end, saying that there's rampant crime, there's rampant violent crime, destruction of property, and they argue this position. But the reality is, like, year over year, our crime is actually down. Crime is actually down. Like if you look at statistically, it is down. Let me pull this up. Yeah, so this is Time Magazine, why crime rates are falling across the U.S. But actually, let me see if I can find an exact crime trend. Let's see here. I'm hoping for like a line graph. What is this? This is for murders. Yeah, this is homicide rates. And this is also largely the same, like regarding like property theft, just crime in general. Crime is down. It is down. You could see since 2020, very, very low annual monthly change in crime. It's just down. I could show you additional. Here's like U.S. homicide rates. This is from the BBC. Here you go. This is, you could see it's down. It's just down. No matter what you observe by virtually every metric, crime is down. But what the right will try to sell you is that, in fact, you need to be more worried and that crime is actually up. Crime is not up. Crime is down. Okay. Empirically, on the basis of the facts, it is down. Period. Okay. So when you hear some stupid ass fucking right winger tell you that he's worried about the violent crime or whatever. Bullshit. It's down. It's down. There is nothing that you could say about that. The stats are not on your side here. Move forward, right? Acknowledge the reality and move forward, right? Don't, and the reason why that they do this is because they have some sort of rhetoric to push. They want to get some sort of I don't know, maybe like an inflamement, I guess. They want to have people fighting amongst one another so that way that they can have more tax breaks for the rich. And they're showing you a shiny object to focus on, when in reality, that's not even happening.
Because everybody has an experience with violence or witnessing a crime, or whether it's just in their local newspaper or not, is that I don't think that is in any way limited to only urban environments. I take the top 10 poorest red states in the country, and their crime rates are 10 times what many urban centers are.
So you'd be comparing like West Virginia, coal country, disenfranchised to like an urban neighborhood.
Yeah, in terms of per capita crime, in terms of per capita murder, in terms of per capita child sexual abuse.
True.
Yeah. I think the things that people really care about, things like that, is their own personal safety.
Yeah.
It is not limited to African-American urban or Latino-American urban environments. It's not.
Socioeconomic conditions that cause it.
Carjackings do happen, but you know where they happen? They happen in Biloxi, Mississippi, just as much as they happen in Chicago.
I'm skeptical of that.
I mean, I just think the idea of safety at risk, crime has been.
He's skeptical, but those are the numbers.
Everybody's going to fact check both of us on this, but I agree with you. But my point about all of it is that you can always point to a reason, Nick. There's never been a time in which there hasn't been crime in major urban areas where you pack a lot of people in. You're right, though, is that the difference between us feeling.
Yeah, a lot of people, they'll sit there and say like, oh, in Democrat-run cities, there's tons of crime. Again, also not true. Per capita, it is actually quite low. But even if you presume that it is true that there is higher crime because there's more people there. And the way that I've described it with people, like imagine if, here, I'll just use this for a second. Imagine if like I make like a room and there's like some balls, right? And I release those balls, and then the balls are going to be moving in all sorts of different directions. There's probably, there's bound to say, be a collision, somewhere of those balls, right? Let's just presume it is those collisions is what we're counting. We're interested in the number of collisions until everything kind of like settles. Well, what if, for example, in the room, instead of like, I don't know, 5 balls, I introduce 100 balls. Does that increase the number of collisions? The answer is yes. So every single time that one person meets another person or is next to another person, that increases potential collisions. There's arguments. And so as a result, crime will be increased in areas where there's just more people. That's just how this works. Let's see. It's interesting that crime is lowering while Gini coefficient is getting worse. Okay, what's your point? Nobody needs this explained. Well, I mean, the fact that right-wingers don't seem to understand that crime happens where people are is blows my mind.
Like each other, we're our neighbors, and that we can find some common ground is the fact, you can live in existence now and by the time you're 56 years old and never really have to leave your house to make a living, you don't go to the community center anymore. And I don't know how to fix that. And I certainly don't know how to fix it in the age of AI.
It all connects back to politics, right? Because community is like an essential human need, if not the most important thing. Mm-hmm. So when you are deprived of that, you're more likely to look for a radical solution and be like, everything's broken, we need to try something really out there. So you might embrace something more reactionary on left or right to be like, fuck this, we need something new. And I'm not trying to draw this like male loneliness, like incel pipeline that the media tries to do all the time. But do you see a connection there between like people being lonely and having less friends and subcultural choice taking over community value systems or community engagement and people just like driving to the extreme?
100%. I think social dislocation is probably the #1 problem of our times, because you look at the young people, and you're right, it is one of those essential human needs is to...
Let's see, what the fuck is this collab even, right? Isn't that wild? Hunter Biden and Nick Fuentes on Channel 5 News? That's wild, bro. That is just insane. I agree, yeah.
Connect and have that sense of familiarity, to be seen, to see and to be seen. And that's something young people don't have. And I think, by the way, you look at the way young people socialize and even the mentality, I think a lot of young people have this absolute drive to go to college. Why? It's an extension of high school. And what do high school and college have in common? It's a community. You're in the quad. You can see and be seen. There's sort of like...
You get paid more. By the way, go to college. Maybe college isn't for everybody, but I promise you, going to college, you will make more money. On average, going to college is going to make you money than not going to college. Period. There's a reason why it's so expensive. There's a reason why rich people take their kids to college, because they know it works. College is good. This idea that like, oh, you know, don't go to college. It's a scam. It's a waste of money is total horseshit. That's working class horseshit.
Like a status, reputation, you're constantly involved with other people. And I think everybody, young people, look at when they graduate from college like falling off a cliff and now life is over. Because now you just have your job, the gym, and going back home, and that's it. And this is why a lot of young people then want to move to the big cities. Got to go to New York, got to go to Chicago or LA where it's happening. And they want to get a condo or an apartment downtown because they want to go to the bar scene and extend college a little bit longer. And I think that's just not really a sustainable way to have a society. There has to be a way for people to still have that sense of community outside of, let's say, college and high school, even into their adulthood and then into their old age. So yeah, I mean, that's what
I guess what I don't understand is like, I could always join a club. Like I could join like a group of people of like-minded individuals and hang out. Like there's nothing preventing you. It's just that the internet is just really fun. Like that's like, what do we do about the fact that the internet is fun? Like,
one of the biggest problems going on. And I agree. I think it drives, even to your point about the whites only community in Arkansas, I think it is driving these, let's call it ghettoization or insulation of people going into these artificial values-based communities.
Yeah.
Because where are you going to find people? Go online, start spouting about politics, or, you know, even not just for incels and right wingers, but even on the left, someone like Tyler Robbins.
I mean, people just have fun. Like, I don't know. I have fun talking politics and reading chat and talking about these things and hanging out with people online. Like, but that's just me. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's not for everybody. Like, bro, if you want this, then just go do it. Like, go touch grass. Like, what?
He's on Discord. He's on Discord with all of the Overwatch players and all the LGBTQ or whatever. And I think that
the LGBT dude, Discord, there's all sorts of different Discords that are super right wing, super extreme. I have to kick them out all the time on my Discord. I don't allow that sort of racist bullshit to happen in my Discord.
You know, there's a tendency there where...
By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you guys do want to call in, I'm right here. I'll hear you out. We'll have a discussion. And if you have not hit like on the video, do hit like. It does tell the algorithm that, hey, you enjoy this kind of content and you want to see more of it. And additionally, if you're not subscribed, do consider subscribing. I appreciate you guys very much. Thank you.
where everybody kind of amplifies some of the resentment or feelings there. So I agree, that's a huge driver.
So for you, like back in high school when you were like first kind of starting to use the internet and all that, did you build most of your community in person outside Chicago, or was it mostly online?
When I was in high school or college?
High school.
High school, I had real friends in Model UN. That was my favorite thing.
And then he became a racist, and then he stopped having friends.
Not in high school, no.
Okay, so you went to BU?
Yes.
Were most of your friends like classmates there? Like when did you start to kind of build your online persona and community around your content?
It wasn't until I left.
Duncan says, do you have a Discord to call into? Yes, discord.gg/FIRST amender. If you prefer talking through Discord, just let me know and I'll hop into the VC for a bit. And then we can have a conversation. Otherwise, just use the phone and just call me.
College. So to that point, I had friends in college. And then when I left college and started my show, independently, then it was all people online. And everybody I knew was people from my community for the most part.
But your cancellation from mainstream platforms was effectively the same thing as like a community collapse for your personal life, right?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't even say it was just the cancellation, but even more just returning home from college.
What do you think would have happened to you, like career-wise and personal life-wise, if you never would have been mainstreamed? I mean, I guess removed from major social media platforms.
Oh, it'd be a lot easier to make friends, let's say, because, you know, being banned on Instagram, you might as well be dead. In Generation Z, that's how everybody...
I don't even use Instagram. I don't use Instagram. What's the point of Instagram? Can you guys, like, I don't want to say red pill, truth pill me? Can you truth pill me on Instagram? Should I get an Instagram? What am I going to do on Instagram? What would I post my shorts? I don't use Instagram. I don't like Instagram. I don't like it. I've used it before and I'm like, what is this? Why? I already have Facebook. I don't need Facebook too.
Sees each other, meets each other, talks to each other. So I think I probably have a wider, livelier circle.
Do you feel like you had less friends after that?
Yo, Nick, this is easily solvable. All you got to do is turn off the computer and go touch grass. Like, in fact, I think the world would be much better off if you just go touch grass. Working Man says, bro, the truth is that you're old and that's why you don't use this. Hey, listen, probably true.
No, I'd say it's about the same.
No, but I mean, you said that like you feel like it would have been easier to make friends.
It would have been easy to make more friends. Yeah, sure.
So aside from your career, how was your like personal and social life affected in those following years?
Well, it's brutal, you know. I mean, because everybody that I knew from high school is on Instagram, on Facebook, and I'm just not on there. It's almost like you're removed from the earth. For Generation Z, I understand for older people.
Yo, Facebook is nothing but like AI garbage, and I don't know, your racist uncle. That's what it is devolved into. Like, I keep getting like, I don't know, some right-wing bots, you know, just shitting on me or whatever. And then, and my racist uncle and AI.
For a different generation, people still meet up or stay in touch in other ways. But if you're not online as a young person, you might as well be dead.
Do you think you would have said like some of the more extreme things that you did say if you know, I guess were allowed to remain on the mainstream internet?
Absolutely, yeah.
Looking back, and I'm not trying to get you to like take something back necessarily. What's like one thing that you said when you were younger where you're like, fuck, wish I could take that back?
You know, I don't know if I regret what I've said. It's just how you say it.
Of course,
yeah, like, can you give an example of like when you listen back to something and you're like, geez, I wish I could.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, he said, hey, Hitler was really cool, right? He said that. And he's like, well, it's not really like what I say. It's like the tonality of what I say. And that's what I'm worried about. Fuck off, you fucking gross Nazi.
This rally in 2023 called Fuentes Rally 2. And the one comment I said, we're talking about a spiritual battle between Christians and everybody else. And I said, we're in a holy war. I said, and we're going to make them die in a holy war. And the second I said that, I was like, didn't mean to say that. It's an extemporaneous speech. So you don't rehearse it, you just say things. And I was like, didn't mean that, shouldn't have said that. So it's always the how, it's always in the delivery that I...
Nick, I can think of about 4 things that I really wish you would take back right now. But
like what?
The cookies in the oven?
Well, that's a joke.
Yeah.
But it's not, Nick. My wife...
Guys, it's just a joke. All I was saying is making a comparison that you can't make 6 million cookies in that amount of time. That's all I'm saying. All it was is just a joke. I didn't mean it. Fuck off. These people are fucking such disingenuous liar clowns. Again, every time you hear fucking Nick Fuentes talk and make his dumbass arguments, remember, pile of dead bodies, on fire, guy screaming. That's what I'm thinking every single time.
Is Jewish. My son is Jewish. No, Nick. I promise you. Don't get mad. Okay?
I'm not mad.
Okay,
It's
I know. But okay. But you got to understand how incredibly, whether it's a joke or not, it's a lived experience passed down from generation to generation, whether or not and by the way, not just from the Holocaust, not just from 1939 on, 2,000 years of history, okay? forget about Israeli politics and Netanyahu, because I think we agree about Bibi Netanyahu. I'm positive we do. And I've listened to you talk about it. But you got to understand. Look at me, man.
I see.
It hurts. It hurts.
Does it?
Nick, I promise you it does. When you compare my wife's family to cookies going to an oven, it hurts. And you got to understand that. And by the way, I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
And
Why did they have to cut to a face of Netanyahu, bro? That's wild.
believe that you do know that.
See, that's where you lose me. That's where you lose me.
Okay, Nick. Okay, I'm telling you.
Well, listen, are we here to talk or are you here to lecture me and preach
Okay, no,
to
you're
me?
right. Let me listen.
Okay.
So you're right.
So
You're right.
this is the
Okay.
thing,
Yeah.
because, you know, and I think this is a disconnect. I think that the left, and even people on the right, they're losing the young people. Why do people love me? Not in spite of...
Can I just be honest with you? I think that, like, the Groyper movement and, like, the pro-Nazi, anti-immigration, anti-brown people movement, I still, even in their current influence, I don't think they're going to win this at all, because ultimately their position is going to require exclusion, and it's just a losing battle. Like, even from a demographic point of view, even like most white people don't even agree with it. And so I think, like, it's just an intensely unpopular thing, even as popular as Nick Fuentes is. I don't think they're as popular as they really think they are. But what I do think is likely would be the result of, like, the modern right wing. Honestly, I'm just expecting Christian nationalism as being I think that is way more acceptable to a lot of right wingers in comparison to the Groyper movement. At least what I'm observing. I don't know. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe the Nazis will end up, you know, getting their way and they end up being more popular and I was wrong at all. But based on the way that I'm currently seeing things, I just don't see the Groypers actually getting any meaningful power in comparison to the Christian nationalists.
But because of the outrageous things that I say. Not in spite of, but because I say offensive things. Because I, let's say, drop the N-word on a video or something. It's because people are sick of the preachiness, the
Nick.
lecturing.
Okay, I'll listen
they
to what
really
you
are.
said. But Nick, I disagree. I think that you're appealing to the lowest common denominator of thought. If you're hating on the people that they think are the reason for their suffering, then you must be on their side. I don't think that you believe that about the Holocaust. I think you think the Holocaust did happen. But forget about whether or not you think that it is used politically in a way that is obtuse and wrong. But I think that you do believe that. And I think that you have to. Like, what's your cultural heritage?
I'm Italian, Mexican, and Irish.
Mexican. When did they come in Italian? When did the Mexicans come? When did the Irish come?
Mexicans came turn of the last century. Yeah. Italians came in the 1860s. Yeah. Irish came in the early 1900s.
Okay, so maybe you wouldn't care about something that is like grossly offensive just on the face of it and think that, oh, why can't people just believe that that's funny? But you got to understand, it's from the perspective of somebody that has that trauma, and I think that there is such a thing as generational trauma, and those stories are passed down generation to generation. When you say something like that, they completely shut off. They can't hear another thing that you're saying about this cultural disconnect, about losing communities, about the feeling of being left out or left behind in a world in which there no longer is this sense of community. All the other things that you say, everybody else is left, and what you do pick up. You pick up the ones that hear the dog whistle. You pick up the ones that say, yeah, that's the way that I feel, because it's radical. It's like he's willing to say the thing that nobody else will say in this environment. And then you get, an enormous amount of niche, but love from that. And I just don't believe that you believe that. I don't believe that you think that it was appropriate for you to say something like that. I don't think you believe that it's appropriate to say women shouldn't vote.
Let's give Nick a second to respond to the first thing.
I know I talk constantly. That's how I do this.
It's all good. It's all good.
I apologize.
I get it, and I understand that perspective, and it is offensive and it is provocative, and that's sort of what makes it funny. I mean, what we would say in our generation is edgelording. We're being edgy. We're being provocative.
It starts with jokes. It's always jokes. but it doesn't stop at jokes. It keeps going, but it does start at jokes.
And I think that it is that kind of overbearing sense for our entire...
Nick, I'm the king of edgelord.
Well,
I'm the king
in
of
a
being
certain way.
provocative.
Let's let Nick explain the psychology
You know,
behind
it's that
edgelord.
overbearingness that my generation's had our entire lives. That's not appropriate. That's not funny. Think of the trauma. That's racist. That's white supremacist. That makes it funny. That makes it different, interesting. And let me grant, by the way, I think that now, and this is maybe a concession towards you, now that my kind of humor...
Let's see. Does it end with piles of dead bodies? Yeah, it does. Yes. The Nazi ideology ends with piles of dead bodies, and I'll explain why. So let's say the Nazis win. A majority of people want a white majority nation. Okay, what do we do about the black and brown people that live here? Okay, well, we ask them to move back to their country. Well, what happens? Countries don't want them. Too many people... and then people don't want to move because they've been living here their whole life. So then what happens is that they have to come up with a final solution. There is always that final solution. And the final solution is to clump them all together and get rid of them. Kill them, burn them, get rid of them. Piles of dead bodies. Every freaking time. That's what's going to happen if the Nazis get their way. And that's what happened in Germany under the Nazi Holocaust. And I think of the piles of dead bodies every single time that I hear Nick Fuentes talk or Nazi types talk. And that is not a slippery slope. That is literally what happened. And that's what I think will happen if Nick Fuentes gets his way.
Has become mainstream and popular. I don't even think that that's funny anymore. People do the edgelording thing. It's become so commonplace and so tired. I don't think it's that funny or impressive. That's a big part of why I kind of moved past it, because 10 years ago, it was treated like sacrilegious. And there's something funny about the fact that you could say a word or make a joke and make people lose their minds and freak out. And it was like an international incident if you said the wrong thing. And I think that's what made it tempting, especially for a young person. You want to rebel. You want to be defiant. You want to be a little revolutionary or something. Now, as time has gone on, I think that's become a fad. Everybody does it. It's lost its power. And I think that, by the way, part of why we're getting less of it is because instead of getting the preachy lecture from the left saying,
you are making the problem you say you don't want with your rhetoric. How am I making the piles of dead bodies? Because my position is, hey, you know, the Groypers can exist in society. I wouldn't give them any power. They wouldn't be in elected office. I wouldn't treat them. I would ensure that every individual deserved their life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness. And no, you don't have a right to segregate. No, you cannot be exclusionary towards white people, brown people, black people. You have to presume people's liberties. And so, and your rights don't supersede over other people's rights. And I think applying that as the principle, that's the difference, is my society will allow you to live. Let's see, punch a Nazi in escalation and projection. Where exactly did I argue to kill Nazis? Where did I say that? Where did I argue that at all? I never argued that. You asked whether or not that how exactly do you get piles and piles of dead bodies? I gave you the exact reasoning, and it makes perfect sense. And controlling speech and thoughts makes enemies. Nope, not controlling speech and thought. It's actually the other way around, actually. For example, the right consistently wants to control people, consenting adults, in what they do sexually, right, with other people. It will be consenting adults, and they want to suppress LGBTQ. They want to suppress women and force them to stay in the kitchen and not be able to work and make decisions for themselves. It's the other way around. I'm not forcing people to be a specific way. I'm saying, hey, assume people's life, liberty, and property. Working Man says, First Amendment, are you getting in Discord later? Because I want to tell you something that's completely different from the stream. Maybe. Depends on how I'm feeling. Depends. Oh my God, first, you're off the rails today. No, I am not. I'm addressing exactly how this works, I don't know what to tell you.
That's not appropriate. People just roll their eyes. Now, when an edgy white person says the N-word, people roll their eyes and go, really? You know, that joke again? People hear someone wears a Nazi costume, makes a Holocaust joke. People go, really? That joke again? It's not impressive. It's not funny anymore. We've seen it before. And ironically, that is what makes you get less of it when you disempower those things by not giving them this over-the-top reaction, pretending like it's some great travesty.
So you think the new counterculture is going to be?
Yeah, the goal of this is not to actually, you know, addressing like the joke thing. The goal of this is to normalize Nazi behavior and rhetoric, because he himself is a Nazi. And again, piles of bodies on fire.
To be woke again?
No, I think it's a synthesis.
A synthesis of post-edgelordism and wokeism?
Yes, because I think that wokeism
Sounds good
had
to
its
me.
excesses.
Yeah.
Edgelording also has its excesses. And I think now we're finding a middle ground between saying the edgiest thing we can think of with no regard for anyone and saying everything is racist. You know, if you say something, you should lose your job. We're finding a middle ground where, you know, maybe it's tastefully offensive in small doses, less is more.
So it sounds like you believe in the survival of the American experiment.
Yeah, I really do. And listen, I don't think everything about wokeism was bad necessarily.
What's the best thing about wokeism?
I think that genuinely it has made people more respectful and empathetic. Because let's be honest, 20 years ago, let's say when I was growing up, I think there was a lot of cruelty. And I think there were some hateful attitudes. And I think as time has gone on,
If non-white people want to live away from white people on their own land in the U.S., they have a right to do that. No, I don't agree with that. If you discriminate against white people from living in society, it's the same problem of black people being discriminated against. That there needs to be a presumptive ownership of life, liberty, property, and pursuit of happiness. And there's going to be areas where there's going to be predominantly black and areas where there's predominantly white. And discrimination of either race is not acceptable.
this younger generation, they may not be even left-wing. They may not be what you'd consider woke, but I think they are respectful of people that have different ideas or, you know, different way of life. Or
you are falling into a trap thinking that that the Nazis are a comic book villain with no nuance. No, I'm providing what happened historically and what they think now and what they want to do now to exactly what will happen on the basis of history. I see no reason to think that they would not implement a final solution when people ultimately don't want to move. If they get their way, you will get the piles and piles of dead bodies.
From a different culture. You know, we make jokes all the time about the fact that I'm like a far-right guy and I'm Mexican. People say I'm a white supremacist, I'm Mexican. And people make a joke that a lot of far-right people are Hispanic. And I think that's a consequence that there's very little genuine racial hatred in anybody's DNA anymore, or any kind of hatred. And I think that's positive, but that went too far. I think some of the other stuff went too far as well.
You know, one of these strange things about sitting in a room with these two is that they agree on almost nothing, but they've both lived the same nightmare. Hunter had a laptop turned into a decade of strangers picking through his texts, his private photos, his voice memo, and even his bank record. Whereas Nick has been doxxed, swatted, had his DMs leaked probably more times than he can count, and more shenanigans. Different politics, but kind of same experience. Somebody somewhere decided that their personal information was public property, so they exhumed it and sent it off to the world. But here's the thing that most people don't know. A huge amount of that information actually isn't stolen. It's who's the vendors got ecosystem Biden that you get issuing dollars to and the fells your money. That scam got that stuff. X any 20 matters, and by they contacted to 90 minute remove Lloyding.
Oh my God, how much do they pay for these ads?
You also
2 minutes.
AI robot phone number, dozens of support.
Oh my God.
School.
Can you do a little bit? Or Nick? Hablas español?
No, not a little bit, I guess, from high school.
Can you do a little bit?
Un poco.
Okay,
I don't speak it from my dad, so.
Did you grow up like around a lot of Mexicans?
No, all white people for the most part.
Did they know you were Mexican?
They did. And I'm not gonna lie, I mean, people made fun of me for that.
What'd they say?
Well, like for example, one time when I was in Model UN, I was entering high school as a freshman. They looked at my name on the roster without knowing me, and they told me,
let's see, First Amendment, would you consider a gay-only community to be just as wrong? Yes.
This after the fact, the leadership of the club, they said, oh, we thought you were just...
You're not allowed to discriminate against other people on the basis of protected characteristics. I would consider LGBT to be protected characteristics. And so by principle, yeah, that you would not be allowed to discriminate. Being like a pro-trans, pro-gay, pro-LGBT space does not mean the exclusion of straight people. It just means, hey, we are very inclusive towards LGBT people.
There's some Mexican kid, so we gave you a bad committee assignment.
Wow.
But see, I heard that and I laughed. I said, that's funny. You know, whereas a lot of people would say, oh, that's traumatic. I'm a victim of racism. You know, I think that's, you know, it's just a human thing.
Yeah, I always felt like growing up as like a white kid in America.
What if you went, wait, what if you were and identified as being Mexican and they came to you and they didn't tell you that's the reason that they gave you all the bad committee assignments?
That would be unfair.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I'm just saying.
That's the whole point, isn't it?
And
so
I'm
you
not,
may find it funny because you pass as a white Anglo-Christian.
Do you think I pass?
What?
You think I pass as a white Anglo-Christian?
Yes.
Well, I not only think.
I think if somebody like looked at you, they would say, that's a white guy, right? That's what it means that you pass. Give me one quick second. Hold on. I'm going to just refill my drink. Hang tight. Okay. William is saying first is going to be shitting like crazy with all that coffee. I only had I had 2 cups of coffee. But this is actually my own soda that I make. It's mostly water. Like the flavor, there's like this much flavor and the rest is just carbonated water. So it's a very healthy soda, basically.
Pass, I think you identify as it. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. No, but really, for real. And my point is that I heard you do an interview. Okay. And I literally on the write up here, it's like you were talking about how you were raised on like Mark Levin in high school.
Right.
And the thing that you liked the most about Mark Levin is how
sucks.
cruel he was to the callers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get that. I like the joke about the cookies. It may be a joke and it may be edgelording and you may not really mean it, but you got to realize the cruelty to it. And without going like, oh.
William Price, this is LOL, home brewed soda. Yeah, actually, yeah. Here, I'll show you. So I got this drink mix called soda. It's a Soda Stream drink mix. And it's basically like a concentrated Pepsi. There's 24 servings in this container. You only put in like this much into the drink. Yeah, like a third of a tablespoon is what you would use really. And here, I'll show you it. And then I basically have these full 2 liters, and this is carbonated here, but it's almost finished because I drank twice out of it. But yeah, I make my own carbonated water, and I basically make a soda at home. Does it taste better? It tastes the same. Is it much cheaper than buying a soda bottle? Yeah, 100. Yeah, way cheaper. It's crazy cheap. Yeah, anyway, I've actually made my own cola syrup from scratch. It's actually really easy. That's cool.
oh, like, wham, like, people got to stop crying about the past. And that's the thing, is that I think that you have such an opportunity to talk to a generation of disaffected, angry, legitimately angry people in a way in which is positive without having to do that shit. And by the way, and I'm not holding you responsible for, like, the end of
Yeah, you guys want to see it? Here, since you guys are talking about it, I'll show you how it works. Give me a sec. Hold on, I'm going to have music on while we're doing this. Yeah, so I have this kind of a science experiment, really. I swear, it's not as complicated as it looks. So this is a 5-gallon carbon dioxide tank. You could probably spend about, I don't know, $120, and you'll have your own tank. You can go to like a local beer brewing place where they do tank exchanges. They basically, you show up with an empty tank, and then they'll give you a full tank of carbon dioxide, and it's pressurized with roughly about 1,000 pounds of carbon dioxide. And I think it's liquid. I'm not exactly sure, but it's a lot. It's a lot of pressure. From there, you simply attach this regulator, which the regulator is about $20. And what the regulator is designed to do is lower the amount of PSI that's coming out at once. And so it has this completely separate chamber, which you can adjust right here with a wrench. I have it set to about roughly around 50 PSI. At 60 PSI, it actually releases a valve, which is right here, that basically, if it's exceeding 60, that valve kicks off, and then it just blows out carbon dioxide, wasting carbon dioxide. This prevents it ever exceeding 60 PSI from here. So that way, there's no way that the soda bottle will, say, explode. The soda bottle is capable of holding over 120 PSI. So it's nowhere close to being able to explode in your hands, basically. So from there, there's a hose. And the hose, I have a little adapter attached to it, which I think was like $15. This adapter. It's this. And there's an additional part that connects to it, but basically it allows me to fill up soda bottles with just tap water and make it into carbonated water. Do you want me to show you? I'll show you how I do it. Here. All right. Hold on. So the process is pretty simple. I'll do it right now for you. So here we go. We got basically, this is just cold tap water. And it's pretty easy. So you start off by unscrewing it. And from here, we just have to kind of, you have to remove the oxygen from the inside, because oxygen actually competes with carbon dioxide. So I just try to remove as much oxygen as possible, maybe a little bit of room. It shouldn't cause anything. But anyway, I've just removed the oxygen, and it's just water inside. From there, I attach my adapter. Okay, so it's attached. It's attached now. But again, I have a bunch of safety mechanisms here. There's the actual, oh, hold on. So I have a bunch of safety mechanisms here. There's the regulator, and then there's the actual valve that holds like the gas. Okay. So I loosen this, and then I loosen this, and then that just gives a direct feed of carbon dioxide. So here we go. Here we go. Yeah, you guys may hear the gas, and this is tight. Like I can feel that it's, but notice that it's only releasing 50 PSI, despite the fact that there's only, there's all this, 1,000 PSI in here. Anyway, you just shake it. This is probably the worst part, the fact that you have to sit down and shake it. But I mean, all things considered, it makes things cheaper. I don't have to buy soda. It's less wasteful. I'm not making a bunch of extra trash and cans and bottles. I'm like reusing bottles and cups. And it's cheaper. It doesn't cost as much, I think to refill the tank, it's about like 25, 30 bucks, depending on where you go. And look, it's basically done. I mean, I'll shake it a little bit more, but I usually will shake it maybe 30, 40 seconds. Anyway, let me go ahead and I just close it up. So now I know that's safe. That's not going to explode or do anything crazy. And then here we go. And check it out. Watch what happens. Watch. Look at this. Carbonated. And then I can just kind of tighten this. And boom, I've got an entire 2 liter of soda water ready to go. Let me put it away. So, there's like an initial setup, I guess. Well, you'll spend maybe like 200 bucks on parts. But other than that, it ends up being like a really dirt cheap way to make soda or have your own soda. Anyway, back to the video.
But, my conception of Western civilization, which is different than yours, but I just don't get it. I don't get why you find the cruelty. And I think that, by the way, that's why you like Trump. I mean, I'm making, like a very unfair leap, because his first instinct is cruelty. His first instinct is to find the fault in the other. About everything, by the way. It's not his fault that we're in a war with Iran that he's ended 38 times and started 39. It's not his fault that inflation's high. It's not his fault that the wall didn't get built. It's not his fault that ICE is killing people on the streets in these places. It's the cruelty of it. Maybe it's a generational thing. I got friends who are Jewish that are going to be really, really fucking pissed off that I'm sitting next to you. And what do I tell them? What do I tell them why it's okay for me to sit and have this conversation with you?
I guess I just have such a different opinion of that. Why should we have to explain ourselves to talk to anybody? And why is it that saying the wrong words or making a particular joke?
Well, because of the dehumanization and the fact that you take away rights from people through your rhetoric. Again, I just imagining, the dead bodies on fire. And I'm just like, I can't agree with you, and and we're not equal. I'm not going to treat you as an equal. I'm not going to act like that your ideas are equal to that of a social democracy. They're not. They're not even remotely in the same stratosphere.
makes it so the Jewish person wouldn't want to watch my show. I have a lot of Jewish fans. I mean, some of my best friends are Jewish. I've had Jewish employees, and they recognize that, you know, just because I'm not necessarily nice all the time doesn't mean I'm hateful, doesn't mean, I don't even think they see it as cruel. I think they see it as it's a little rough around the edges. And maybe that's the difference, is I guess it's just attributing this weight to something that can considered a joke and maybe doesn't have a cruel intention behind it. Like, you know, Mark Levin, you got to remember, at the end of the day, it's an entertainment show. It's entertainment. People call in. He gets frustrated with them. It's part of what I do on my show. And it's not always nice, but it's funny. And I don't think it's mean-spirited necessarily, and I don't think it's that big of a deal. So, I mean, the thought that I would, like, for example, with you, people would say, why do you talk to Hunter Biden? His father and his DOJ froze your money and put you on a no-fly list. I'd say, so what? I mean, it's just talking. I don't think talking's a big deal. You know,
froze my money and put me on a no-fly list too.
There you go. See, so we got that in common.
So a different question that I have that kind of weaves everything together. How do you think like October 7th and the subsequent like pro-Palestine movement and the online worlds it created led to a growing audience on the right?
October 7th in particular?
Yeah.
Well, I think it highlighted and brought to the forefront how captured the right wing is by Israel, which is very unique. I think the Democrats and the Republicans are pro-Israel, but the Republican Party has this inextricable institutional connection with the...
Yeah, because of the Christian nationalism. They believe in order to bring upon the second coming of Jesus Christ that there needs to be a battle in the Middle East of the chosen people versus the Gentiles, or the battle of Gog and Magog, if you will. And they believe that if they want to see Jesus Christ in their lifetime, they need to enforce this. And so that's why there's certain evangelical politicians that actually support this. And for others, it's just a money game, which is absolutely disgusting in my mind.
The Israel lobby with this Likud government in particular. And I think people just started to see the hypocrisies. The hypocrisy was brought to the forefront, which is America first, but not with Israel. No new wars except for with Iran.
Under Trump, we will have no more wars. No more wars. No more wars. They said he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone.
You know, we're going to be racist and all these things, but don't you dare be anti-Semitic. Don't even, think about it.
I see good things about Hitler also. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
So I think that on the right wing, it made it unignorable that there's this ideological institutional capture.
I just feel like a lot of straightforward, like just anti-Semite influencers were taking advantage of the post-October 7th discourse to push other ideas, broader ideas about Jewish people as a whole.
Come out and say it. Like, I think that Jews are causing a disproportionate amount of problems in the United States.
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to ignore some of those other conversations. I know that it's now become maybe in vogue to say that the Israel issue is very narrow. It's just Netanyahu. It's just the Likudniks. It's just the Israel lobby. But, what would you say about someone like Larry Ellison? I mean, somebody like that, I don't think fits neatly into this.
I think, if you're going to be having an argument regarding Israel and, AIPAC, number one thing that I want to address is the fact that not supporting an ethno-state is not the same as being anti-Jew. You can be okay with Jewish people, but also say, hey, you don't get an ethno-state. Why is it different for Israeli or Jewish people than it is for white people or black people or anybody else? I don't support ethno-states. Ethno-states are bad. We don't argue in favor of ethno-states, and so I am against the state of Israel on that basis. It is a principled stance, not a ruled stance.
Let's say, problem of Netanyahu.
As far as installing Barry Weiss and whatnot.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Because this is somebody who's not Israeli. He's not even a religious Jew, but he's ethnically Jewish and has this deep affinity for the state of Israel.
I feel a deep emotional connection to the state of Israel and the Israeli people.
And is using and mobilizing his power and resources and connections to benefit Israel in the private sector. And so if you were to say, what's a law that we could pass to prevent that kind of influence, what would it look like? He's an American citizen. He can't buy a media company and and hire Barry Weiss to run CBS News. And yet we recognize that's a big problem.
I just feel the conflation of like anti-Zionism and like Holocaust denial played into the hands of the Israeli propaganda apparatus. Because then they can say, hey, look, these people that oppose what we're doing in Palestine also don't think the Holocaust happened. It's a big jump in the public perception.
It was almost to me as if that was your intent. To lose any legitimacy about any argument as it relates to Israel and the Likud government, is to say those edgelording things or whatever.
Jews are money changers, bullshit artists, psychopaths, charlatans, grifters, manipulators.
I don't know anybody that can hear you after you say that, including myself. It delegitimizes everything, because I don't think that you... a little bit more compassion.
Let's try to stay a little. I don't want to do any character attacks on Nick.
I'm not attacking his character. I'm not attacking. I promise you. I'm
no,
not.
But as far as compassion, I'm more just mean straightforward. Do you feel like the rise in anti-Semitic online influencers post October 7th has given Israel more ammunition to work with in terms of casting everyone who opposes what they're doing as just like a rabid Jew hater?
In some cases, yeah, in some cases, sure. But I also think that's overstated, because I think that, look, let's just be honest. I do believe the political left wants to make the Israel issue very narrow. And they want to say that the issue is this genocide in Palestine. And on some level, they think that the Israeli government is racist.
They are.
Baying pig. You bloodthirsty, violent pig dog.
And that's the problem. And I think that ignores that there is a broader conversation, and it does have to do with the Holocaust, and it does have to do with Jews as such, and Jewish nationalism and Jewish identity. So to try to shoehorn it in and say, well, if anybody goes further than this very narrow critique of Israel, well, they're actually helping Israel.
Mind you, right? FYI, Nick Fuentes wants his own ethno-state. So him pointing a finger at Israel for pushing for their ethno-state, there's a bit of a contradiction here in his worldview here, which is why a lot of Nazis are actually in favor of Israel and are in fact a Jewish ethno-state. I'm surprised Nick is not.
I don't agree with that. I think we have to unpack the whole conversation.
Well, do you care a lot about Palestinians?
Not more than I care about anybody else.
So I guess that would be why they would be like, okay, you're just taking advantage of this discourse.
I don't think it's taking advantage. I think that we can sympathize with the Palestinians while also realizing that, look, I'm an American. And so it's a tragedy what's happening in Palestine, but there's tragedies happening all over the world. My problem is that Israel has this influence over our government.
I'm a newcomer to politics, but not to backing the Jewish state.
And we're paying for the genocide, and we're furnishing them with the weapons to commit the genocide. And by the way, America is going to be held liable for this genocide, morally, but also politically and diplomatically and otherwise. But I think that people on the left, they may be guilty of maybe caring more about Palestine than they do about America.
Nick, but the left didn't cancel you. The right canceled you first. The right canceled you first, and Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, and that was...
Yo, I love that Ben Shapiro is basically now effectively irrelevant nowadays. Have you guys observed that, where Ben Shapiro, like, I think like even like Republicans, a lot of Republicans are not in favor of supporting Israel. I think it's intensely unpopular nowadays, and seeing Ben Shapiro, make his arguments, a lot of right-wingers are walking away from Ben Shapiro.
Those were the people that canceled. They may have utilized the tools of the left, or what you call the left, to be able to do that, but it was the right that canceled you. And by the way, what I would consider a radical right. The Daily Wire, to me, is a radical right.
I don't think they're even reactionary. I don't think they're that conservative at all. Ben Shapiro,
Jesus.
I mean, he's not like he's in favor of mass migration.
In 2016, they were alt-right.
No, they were not.
Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire they were to the right of Mitt Romney.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's what I mean.
I mean, to be fair, right? Like, with Nick Fuentes, he's about as hard right-wing authoritarian as you can physically get, at least legally. So, I mean, he's going to be like, well, the Daily Wire, they're like moderate. I'm like, not really.
And that's
they
what
weren't
I'm
Mormon
saying.
conservatives.
Yeah, my point was, that's who you were canceled by.
I was also canceled by the left.
No, I know. They came along. They came along because some of the more egregious things that you said is edgelording. They came along. And whether you call it canceling or saying like, what the fuck? This is what I call it. What the fuck? Like, like, what the fuck? And so, like, I don't find it funny. And just like you're able to say, well, I just think it's funny, I'm able to say, I don't find it fucking funny.
Were you guys, like, thinking that Hunter Biden would be this articulate, I guess? He seems to be speaking pretty clearly, which is cool.
I didn't find it funny then. I don't find it funny now. I didn't find it funny that some of the things that, you said about me. But I'm willing to sit here and listen to you because I want to get to this. And this is my whole point. What about fucking Donald Trump?
Yeah, we can get to that. Yeah,
how did you get, of all the people in the world, but you could look at and say he doesn't believe anything.
So for context for the viewer, Donald Trump is currently the sitting president of the U.S. For our audience abroad, the war with Iran was supposed to be over. Now we're back in business, baby. Khomeini had a pretty sick funeral, if you saw the video. So you guys don't like Trump? You used to like him.
I did.
You've always hated him. He's tried to destroy your life.
Yeah.
You guys were cool. You guys hung out once at Mar-a-Lago with Kanye. You've never hung out with Trump. Right?
He hung out, dude, imagine going to Mar-a-Lago to hang out with Kanye. Fucking son of a bitch. What a cunt. What a cunt. Oh my God, I hate this. You went to Mar-a-Lago. No. Oh my God.
Do I want to? Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Look, man, I would, can we get him? Can we get him in the motel room?
So I want you to imagine,
let's get him in
I want you to imagine he's in the motel with us.
Yeah.
That's Trump. What do you want to ask him?
Put me on the spot. I don't want to ask Donald Trump anything because I know, and I think you would agree with me, is that Donald Trump isn't going to give me an authentic answer. Donald Trump never gives an authentic answer. He gives what people refer to as being authentic, but it's not authentic, it's audacious. It's like the example that I give that is the best metaphor for this is that he says he's 6'3", weighs 225 pounds. And everybody laughs because that's a little bit like edgelording, right?
It's like
everybody
ridiculous.
knows that he is maybe 6 feet and weighs maybe 300. And 285?
He's a big guy. He's a pretty big guy.
Yeah, big guy. But by virtue of every picture ever taken of anyone that's 6'3", he's not 6'3".
I am.
Okay? Yeah, I know you are.
Thank you.
You're 6'2.5", maybe. That's maybe. But my point is that the reason I don't have a question for him is because I'm absolutely certain that he is not going to give me an authentic answer. Look, he came into the Oval Office and the transition this time. And he told my dad that he thought that he did an amazing job. He did an amazing job with the economy. He did an amazing job that with NATO, he did an amazing job and that he got a raw deal from his side and anything he could do, particularly for Hunter. Hunter got screwed. Whatever I can do, you let me know. Bullshit. He then went out and he has now since then done nothing but blame Joe Biden for every single one of his problems.
11 months ago, I inherited a mess. Joe Biden handed us over a country that was in very serious trouble. Biden gave us a horrible
Now it's
economy.
so much better,
I really
guys.
mean this. I think the good parts are the Trump economy and the bad parts are the Biden economy.
He mentioned my dad's name or my family's name 6 times a day in the first 100 days of this administration. 6 times a day. He does it maybe 4 times a day now because he has no answers. All he has is a finger to point. And that's all he does. My point is, I don't know what to ask.
Dude, we literally talked about this today. We talked about this on my stream today. This morning, I was saying Donald Trump always has a finger to point, and it is never towards himself, ever.
Why are you such a dick?
What does your dad think about the war?
Right? What I'm not going to get into what my dad thinks about the war. Is it really because I don't want to get into I don't put words in my dad's mouth, just like I wouldn't ask you what your dad thinks about the war, but your dad wasn't the president of the United States, which is a little bit different.
I don't even know if you know what's going on. Just Eagles fan.
Look, all I can say is this: is that every single Israeli prime minister since at least Jimmy Carter was president, has walked into the Oval Office or picked up the phone and called the president and said, we have to attack Iran. And every single one of them has said no. And they may not all have had the same exact reason, but one of the reasons they did is because they knew what the consequences would be as it relates to the lifeblood of the economy, is petroleum in the Straits of Hormuz. Every single one of them knew that. And every single one of them knew that there is no way, unless you send in ground forces, to be to end with certainty the nuclear program that the Iranians have supposedly been building. Every single one of them knew that the existing Ayatollah, the Ayatollah at that time, had put out a fatwa, an edict saying that they would never turn their nuclear technology into a bomb.
The supreme leader of Iran issued fatwa. Having nuclear weapons is forbidden, is haram, which means never we can have nuclear weapons.
It was a religious edict as strong as if the Pope had released an encyclical. But what did he do? He kills the Ayatollah. We get a son that now has a far more radical and far greater ties to the IRGC.
Much scarier.
And what do we have? The Straits of Hormuz are still closed. He said that they're brilliant people. I find that that's Donald Trump on everything. He said he'd end the war in Ukraine on day one.
That is he's so 1,000% correct here. 1,000% correct. And I'm so glad that it's being said, not just by me, by a fucking nobody, but Hunter Biden himself is able to accurately point out the problem. The same thing that I have pointed out.
A war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president.
And I didn't hear anybody on the right and say, that's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. He said that he would build a wall. I don't believe in building a wall, but everybody said that's bullshit. And then when he got into office, the corruption, the level of the corruption, I mean, people believed or led to believe that there was this thing called the Biden crime family, right? I know that you know is that I didn't do a single piece of business when my dad was president. I made basically $200,000 a year selling paintings. I picked the thing that was the furthest
Yo, $200K a year selling paintings? Fucking sick, man. How do I get that job?
Possible thing away from politics that I possibly could. Don and Eric have done over 1.3 billion.
Speaking of which, I actually got my I got something printed yesterday, or I had something, I just hung it up on the wall. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Where in the world is it? Should be somewhere around here. Give me a second while I find it. Give me a moment. Yeah, check this out, bro. Check this shit out. Copy media link, I think. Let me see. Hopefully that works. Yeah, check this shit out. Bro, I got my painting. The painting that you guys saw me do on stream. I got that painting printed on canvas, and now it's hanging on my wall. Sick, huh? You like it? Do you guys like it? It's a big ass painting. It's really big. It's 40 inches. It's huge. Anyway.
$1 billion in contracts, just in contracts for underlying companies that they have an ownership stake in with the Department of Defense.
Maybe I got to start selling some paintings, maybe paintings that people actually want.
Ever given by the Department of Defense of a company that he bought into like 3 months before they got the loan. Because Peter Navarro picked up the phone and called DOD to get it done. My point is, I don't have anything productive to say to him that I know of. And when I listen to you, and I listen to what you do, my question is how did you not see that before? He was a disaster in 2020. A complete and utter
total
disaster related to what he did with COVID.
By the way, like, I don't know, there was like a collective brain rot where everybody just completely forgotten the absolute fumbling that Donald Trump did during the COVID era. And nobody batted an eye. I swear, it just all that. Donald Trump then proceeded to blame Biden for the mistakes that he had done. And I don't know, for whatever reason, people just got like total brain rot and just ignored the entire time that Trump totally fumbled that and blamed it on Biden. It was wild.
Right, regardless of whether you think we were wearing a mask or not.
The question for Nick is, how did you not realize 6 years ago that Trump would be this sort of letdown?
Because he doesn't hold, there's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you. Well, you got to realize in 2016 where Republicans were at. We had John McCain, we had Mitt Romney, and the perception on the right is that they were insufficiently conservative and that they were losers. All they do is lose because they don't fight. There was this perception that the Democrats are ruthless, fighters. Obama crushed in 2008, crushed when we thought he really should have lost in 2012. That was a Republican perception that Romney let us down. And so when Trump came on the scene in 2016, it was new, it was refreshing. He seemed like somebody that was really going to take on not just the Democrats, but also the media on our behalf. And what's more, you got to think about the mood of the moment in 16 as well and the message Trump was giving. Trump said in 16, it's just me and my son and my wife. We don't have any donors. We don't have any special interests.
More than $100 million put in of my money, meaning I'm not.
Mind you, right? How much has Trump made from the presidency? How much has Trump made from the presidency? All right, so let's take a look here. It says here, and this is from the New York Times, saying Donald Trump's business holdings have generated between $4 billion and $5.8 billion in total revenue and assets proceeds across his two non-consecutive presidential terms for between 2017, 2021, and 2025 to present. His actual earnings vary heavily between his first and second terms due to a major shift from traditional real estate to digital assets. This is the New York Times article. Let me, let's get behind the paywall real quick. Give me a moment. Where is it? Give me a second. Give me a second. Where's the, no paywall. Okay, let's see here. There it is. All right, how Trump? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm sorry, that's incorrect. What the fuck? Hold on. Where the fuck? Thank you. Ignoring or dismissing Nick is like is only helping him. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't believe that. I don't agree with that at all, actually. Oh, I think the reason why is because this is done in some sort of a styling. Anyway, whatever. It's fine. We're going to move on.
Not taking all of this big money from all of these different corporations like she's doing.
We're going to put America first, make the country great again. This is a very appealing message. And I talk all the time on my show about it and realizing now that it was obviously a scam and now obviously unfulfilled completely. And you're right, Trump is non-ideological. The message was brilliant because it said, one, the system is broken. America's not great anymore, but it used to be. We can make it great again, but in order to do it, we need to actually bypass the system. Why is it that we never have victories? Why is it that things don't change? Because of money. He said, and that's why I'm different. I'm rich. I'm a billionaire. If I self-fund my campaign and don't take super PAC money, then I won't have to listen to the lobbyists and the special interests. I could fire the people I need to fire, do the things I need to do. That was like a very powerful message in 2016. And after 4 years, I was one of the people even back then that said, look, it never materialized. He did wind up taking super PAC money. He took AIPAC money for that matter, Sheldon Adelson money at that time in 16. Even in the first term, bombed Iran. In the first term, didn't build the wall. In the first term, didn't even reduce illegal immigration until 2019. And I remember the timeline perfectly because I covered it every day. It was like in May and June 2019, 20-year illegal immigration high in terms of month over month. But why did I go for him in 2020 at the height of the pandemic, we all thought on the right that if anyone other than Trump was president, you were going to get a vaccine mandate, which we really didn't want to be forced to take the vaccine. We thought the lockdown might never end. We thought that censorship would kick into overdrive. And so we said, really, it's unacceptable that anyone other than Trump would
implied or
just be a
or
disaster.
put into argument.
And then obviously Biden came in, and I don't think it was as bad as we thought it would be, to tell you the truth.
That never materialized,
Honestly.
nor
But by
would that ever
2024,
materialize.
I mean, I was out in 2024 because everything you're saying is totally true. And I was telling people on my side, I was saying he's not going to build the wall. And I know you're against that. He's not going to do the mass deportations, promising that. He's not going to start no new wars. I said in 24, he's going to take us to war in Iran. And the Ukraine war, I said, that's not going to end in one day. Too complicated. We're already in it. And so I didn't vote. I didn't vote in 2024. And I told my followers not to.
I'm thinking that I got to go out and touch grass. Hey, we got a phone call. What the hell? Just as soon as I was going to stop. Well, isn't that just providence? You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, First Amender, it's me, Leoandbrianlowski.
What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you I beat A Link to the Past recently. Remember I told you I was playing that?
Oh, yeah. How'd you like it?
Pretty good game. The Ganon fight at the end was fairly easy once I figured out his patterns and how to take him down.
Yeah, I think what's important is the journey there, not necessarily the final fight. Final fight is kind of, eh.
Yeah. I also beat Twilight Princess recently as well, if you ever played through that.
I gotta replay it because I did not like it as a kid, but I don't know. Maybe if I try it again, maybe I'll like it.
What'd you think of Wolf Link?
It's all right, I guess. I don't know. I didn't like, there's like a couple of sections that I was just like, this is not doing anything for me.
Personally, it's my favorite Zelda game next to Ocarina of Time.
Wow. I would have to say, like, in terms of like, just like a raw, like games, like what is probably, I would probably say Breath of the Wild. And I say this coming from like, I grew up with Zelda as a kid.
Yeah, you seem to be a big Zelda guy. You usually play the games on your streams.
Yeah, I've just been kind of playing a few, just enjoying it.
And the Ganondorf fight at the end in Twilight Princess is pretty epic. It was a
don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. I may not. I may end up playing it.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Good soundtrack as well, I feel.
Yeah.
And next time I feel like playing a Zelda game, I'll probably play Skyward Sword.
You know what? I got Skyward Sword HD. I was actually enjoying it, but I did not beat it. I think I got to beat that game, though. I kind of liked it, though. I thought it was cool.
Yeah. I'll let you get back to your stream. It was nice talking to you.
Appreciate it. You have a great day, Leo.
You too.
That was Leoandbrianlowski asking me about Zelda.
To vote for Trump for that reason.
Do we call it? Do we call it the stream? Do we call it? Should I call the stream? It's like that moment where it's like, I feel like I gotta go touch grass. Another phone call from AWOL. Oh my God. Hey, AWOL.
Hey, what's up, First? I know that you're getting ready to go. You have a moment.
Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
Cool beans. Well, I overcame my traditions, and I found out a way to send one of the links to you. So I sent you a link of a video of a liberal who watched Charlie Kirk's content and changed his mind. So if you don't have time to watch it today, I completely agree.
Is it in the
Fine,
video
but
review
next Thursday
section?
you can. I'm sorry, what?
Put it in the video review section.
Damn it, don't you get technical with me. All I know is that I sent you
All
the
right,
link in your
listen,
Discord.
there's a chat in my Discord. All right, you scroll
Okay.
down, you'll see it's called Video Review. Just paste the link in there.
Fine, fair enough. But if I send it to you, can you watch it on Thursday?
We'll see. We've got some other videos that I wanted to go over. We're going over, I think it was the Working Man who suggested this video. And we've got a few other, I know Flashy has a couple of videos. And Daniel Hume just posted a video.
Okay, cool beans. All right, so as long as it's on the queue then. All right,
Yeah.
man, enjoy your day.
See
Interesting
ya.
show today, by the way.
Yep. Glad you liked it.
Later.
That was AWOL Thoughts, everybody. I thought that was going to be longer than I thought it was going to be. But hey, guys. Did you guys enjoy the stream? I hope you did. Because me, I want to go touch grass. By the way, just FYI, this entire time, I've been grinding out RuneScape. Here, I'll show you real quick before I tap out. Yeah, you can see, I click, I high alch my, these longbows, and I click the agility training and let my character agility train while I high alch. And this is what I've been clicking this entire time. I think for the past, 4.5 hours, I've been just clicking this, doing it over and over. Man, it is absolutely very riveting gameplay. Gotta say. I've got look at my rooftop laugh count is, oh my goodness, it's 915 of these. I've gone over this roof 915 times, chat. Oh my God. That's wild. You eat the shark. It's good. Exactly. Eat the shark. I've been getting money. I need to turn all of this into money. And so this is slowly becoming a sizable chunk of money to where I'll be able to spend on runes and stuff. Anywho, we're going to end it for now. You're not going to flex your magic log. Yeah, the magic log collection is right here. It's these magic longbows. They've been converted. I've turned them all into magic longbows. So that's been good. Anyway, everybody, I'm going to call it here. I'm going to go touch grass. I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. You know, we have these kinds of conversations and phone calls all the time. We didn't get that many calls. I think it was mostly just, discussing the video, which was cool. I think that's cool and fun and great. And I hope you guys have a great